I don't know. I don't know if we're live or not. I guess we're about to find out. Oh, we are live. Nice, nice, nice. What's up, Terry? Right, let's get this started, I guess. Give me just a second. Okay. Now, I don't really have a specific plan. I originally taken this down to Y level 90. I destroyed the old Birch House. If you don't remember what it looks like, I'll show you real quick what it used to look like. I don't know where I am in this world. Ignore all that. It used to look like this. This is what the old Birch House used to look like. But I tore it down and I moved the ground level down and all the things. So this is a creative copy. But yeah, it's so I tore this down because I didn't really like the way it looked. It didn't really have much function to it. It wasn't actually as big as it looks. So like there's this room right here, then that's it, right as far as the ground floor. And then you go upstairs and there's a balcony. There's like, see, like this is not even a room. And then this room is so full of pillars that it borderlines on not being able to be used at all. So like while it's big on the outside, it has no function at all, right? So I thought, hey, I can do better. So like I mine all the dirt and all the stone and everything out. I tear everything down. We tore it down to Y level here. So like all of this from here on up is removed. Like so all of that is removed. So that's where we are right now. Yeah, that is where we are right now. And I thought tonight would be a good thing to start off with a tower. I'm going to kind of build this piecemeal and stuff, kind of just as it hits me as inspiration. So I'm going to run over here to my supply chest really quick. Grab a few things. And part of the reason I tore the original house down is because, one, 50% of it wasn't even made out of birch. It was 50% other kinds of wood. But on top of that, it just wasn't functional at all. It didn't feel like a house. It was... So we're gonna tear it down. Now the Judd, he was not super happy about my tearing it down. Let's take this stuff with us. Let's take that. What do we got here? We don't need any of that stuff. No, we don't need any of that. We'll take that one with us. What do we got here? We'll take this one with us. We might come back for that. See, this is most of the wood that was in the Birch House originally. What do we got up here? Let's see. Oh, we come back for that tough for sure. Okay, we're gonna come back for those two things. We started a little late. Normally I like to start at 7. Started a little late. I had some things to do. I don't know how late I'm gonna stream. I'm probably gonna just build this tower and then like skedaddle, right? Like I said, I'm not. This thing's gonna come together kind of piecemeal. Some of it I might build off stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go. I'm sure Judd will have his critiques of it as we build it. So yeah, we're gonna build it in like a couple of phases, right? So we're gonna build just a simple tower, and I already have like a size picked out. It's gonna be pretty big. And it's going to have an interior spiral staircase, right? And then we'll come back with like a decoration phase, right? Like a decoration pass. Where we actually like give it texture and depth and all those things. So like I guess the thing is to just build the main body of the tower. I of course want it to have an emerald roof like the predecessor of the Birch House, the Birch House 2.0 or whatever we're gonna call this. Hopefully, oh yeah, I can hear myself. Tomorrow night, I am going to be playing Stardew Valley for the first time with CallieCat. Why can't I open that? Okay, everything's connected. Okay. That's all I need to see is everything's connected. Okay. So I guess there's nothing to do but to actually get to building. I'm going to grab a couple of shulkers. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, when we originally built the Birch House, we were very poor. Except for the roof, because that came later, much later in the build. And when we originally built the house, we didn't have a lot of materials. I like polished stuff, anyways. I don't really care for the regular stuff, but the polished stuff is good stuff. So tomorrow night we'll be playing Stardew Valley. If I wake up in the morning, I'm gonna start playing Schedule 1 in the morning, so I'm gonna call it Wake and Bake. And I might start a middle of the day series where I play one of my favorite Skyblock maps for like an hour during my lunch every day. We'll see how it goes. This should be everything we need to get started building, so that's the good news. I'm gonna sleep before I get up there because I don't want any like nasty surprises like creepers or skeletons or anything, right? That's the last thing when you pop out of your little hole that you don't want a creeper, especially considering how much stuff is parked like right there, right? A creeper exploding at the top of this ladder would be a pretty big disaster. Okay, let's see. I'm going to mark out the base of the tower with this. I don't really know where this should go. This is actually the connection to the sewer. So maybe it would be cool to like center it over that maybe. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. So pretty close to the edge, but we could build a little bit around it if we needed to. But it's also good, I guess, to give myself a little bit of room. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, no, wait. So then we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. We go 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I memorized this pattern earlier. I was like, man, I need to know how to lay out a circle in my mind, right? Without having to like look it up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully I memorized the pattern correctly, right? 11. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. In my mind, there is a plan, but I don't know that's a good plan. But it's the only semi sort of plan we have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. And then we'll go. No, that's wrong. We did this wrong right here. This part right here is wrong. So we go, and then we go 3, 3, 1. How can this be correct? So we go 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. And then we should go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Something is wrong. We did something wrong. Absolutely, we did something wrong. Okay, we miscounted somewhere. Where's Dara? She needs to be doing my counting for me. She can tell me absolutely where I did this wrong. 11, 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh, here's where we did it wrong. Okay, okay. So like only halfway around. So only half of it's wrong. I was like, I'm pretty sure I memorized the pattern. Memorizing the pattern and doing the pattern are two different things. My counting skills are not. I've been forcing myself to play with the what do you call it? The vibrant visuals on. And I guess it's not as bad as I think it is, but and I've done some things like download some bedrock tweaks and things where I can like make the water a little better. Okay, so then I did them like that, and I did them like this, right? So these are all correct. So then I did 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and it should go 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that 11? Did I really do 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's what I thought. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, something's still wrong. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. Let's fill it in and count it out. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, there's the problem right there. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem right there. Okay. Pig, you better get out of the way, bro. We're not in no mood. Man, one of these days we're going to learn how to count, right? Probably not, but maybe. So tomorrow night is Stardew Valley, and then I thought it might be interesting if on Wednesday night I streamed me building some of my classic iron farm designs to like update them, make sure they're still working, that kind of thing, to kind of get back into that. I don't know if people would be into that or not. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, right? So it just goes this way, and then 1, and then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's double check all of these so far. So let's count them out right again. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's get ready to sleep. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we go 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. And then like that. 1, 2. Whoops. Wrong. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly where we wanted to happen. Yeah, that is exactly what we wanted to happen. Okay. It says it's going to be a pretty big tower. What we probably need is some scaffolding. I could make some, but I could just as easily go buy it, I suppose. So let's run over to the shopping district, buy that really quick. I do believe there's a new scaffolding shop open. Selling bamboo, selling scaffolding, selling random things like that. I will say I do like vibrant visuals. And if you do a couple of things to make the water clearer, right? It's not even that terrible when you go underwater. Like I added a vanilla tweaks pack to make the water clearer, and I might actually try out a couple of different ones. But if you can make the water clear, it's actually not awful, right? Did I get to try it? I probably didn't. It doesn't appear that I got to try it from killing that guy. That's too bad. But see, I mean, that's not terrible, right? Oh, did you pick up that trident, bro? Bruh. We didn't come over here to fight drowns all day, but... Yeah, that other drown might have picked up that trident. I thought I saw him drop it, but maybe I didn't see what I thought I saw. I think that second drown might have picked it up. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be terrible. Look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just take this right here. We're going to stick it right there. I think the Bamboo Emporium. Spend a couple of dollars in here, right? What do we got here? Let's see. Oh, they sell lanterns, maybe. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Oh, that's bamboo. Do we have to make our own bamboo? I'm trying to buy some scaffolding. Here we go. What does that say? 1 diamond per stack. Bamboo blocks. Interesting. What else we got in here? 2, 3, 4. 1. Oops. 2, 3, 4. Nice. Tell him I said hi. Blue Jay's pretty nice guy. Yeah, he's super nice guy. I've chatted him with a couple times. Nothing too serious. We're not like best friends or nothing, but he's a pretty nice guy. From my limited interactions. let's do away with some of the stuff in our inventory, like this rotten flesh. We don't need that. No, wrong. Let's see. Like I said, we're going to build the tower, just strictly build the tower. And I'm not really sure how tall it's going to be. We might build it until we run out of supplies, and then we will come back. We will do decoration passes, right? So like we'll do the interior, where we put the staircase in. The staircase is going to have several landings on the inside so they can match up with other parts of the building. I actually designed a clock face for the tower. We might put an elevator in the middle. I don't really know. I don't know if I want an elevator. I might put elevators in the other parts of the house. And keep this solely as like a staircase thing. So the good news is that we will recover some of this wood. It's not gonna be all birch all the way to the top. But we want to get a structure kind of design built in. Like I said, I don't have a plan other than in my mind. I thought maybe I would give this a shot. And if it looks terrible, the worst thing that can happen is we have to tear it down and start over. That's the worst case scenario, right? I've like looked at a bunch of pictures of a bunch of different houses, right? So like, if you look at how like mansions are laid out, like they are very not open floor plan, right? Especially like classical manors, right? They don't have giant open spaces. It's a bunch of little tiny rooms and hallways and stairs. Like their house might have 3 or 4 staircases in it. And I kind of thought I would bring that to this. Because we'll have this one, right? Like the obvious main staircase of the house. But then there'll be many stairwells throughout the whole entire house. And we'll have elevators and we'll have multi whatevers. Well, we'll obviously have a pool. We'll have a conservatory, right? So like we'll have a place to grow trees and plants and things. And some of it might end up being underground. I don't really know. I mean, there will be underground stuff for sure, but I don't know about as far as like the main house, but there will be underground stuff too. Maybe I should have built the tower like before the stream. Just done the decorating part, right? I worry about those kind of things. Like what should I do on stream and what should I not do on stream? I worry about these kind of things. Well, I should sleep. Get rid of this stupid rain. I shouldn't even say this. I actually considered switching over to Java. Yeah, I'm sort of looking into it. Because I've even though I tell people not to watch Java videos, I've been watching, and these guys aren't Minecrafters, but they do play Minecraft every once in a while. And they've been playing with these like crazy, ridiculous mods. They have like drones and airplanes and just all kinds of crazy, ridiculous stuff. And it looks so fun. Like it's not what I would even call Minecraft. It's so modded, it's beyond Minecraft. It's almost a brand new game. And I wish I had the list of mods that they used, but they didn't release some list of mods. I guess how far we're going up will kind of depend. I'm going to build it a little ways, right? And then we will climb down and go look at it. Obviously, I want it to be at least 40 blocks, but that's just for the parts that will connect to the house, maybe. I don't want to go too tall because if I do, then Scotty will start building over there. He will he'll start building over there, and then it'll be a build off, like a building more. Oh, we're out of wood. Okay. Oh, there's a torch. I was like, why am I not seeing any scaffolding build up, right? That totally makes total sense. I was like, what is going on? Yeah, we might have to go buy some. Oh, we could go buy some wood. Back to the shopping center, right? Because some of this will recover. We'll recover some of this. We are going to have to chop a lot of trees to build this house. We're not financially prepared for this. Yeah, let's just go buy all the wood in the wood shop. That's birch. I think this is the wood shop, maybe? It is, okay. Man, I wish they had better signs to see. Oak, dark oak, spruce. Birch. What do we got here? How much is it? 2 diamonds per stack. 1, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 24 diamonds. That looks correct to me. What do we got down here? Cherry, huh? Acacia, gross. Bamboo, jungle, pale, huh? Mangrove, those might be worth mine. No, they don't got very many. They don't got any. Maybe I will take over the... Maybe I'll take over the, what do you call it? The... Which, yeah. If I remember correctly, that tower is at 159, 160, something like that. That might not be correct. I mean, we could go up there and measure it, I suppose. We will, you know, I don't even see it right now. So we're going to have to go way up to, like... Because I wanted to have, like, a presence, right? But this thing is supposed to... Like I said, we'll have a decorating phase where we come through and we add depth to the wall. We add things on the inside and the outside. We add windows. So we'll recover a lot of this wood for sure. Right now, we're just gonna do it. No matter what it costs, we're going up. If we have to go chop wood, then we have to go chop wood. We will go find a birch forest and cut it down. So I had an idea, right? So like, in my mind, it makes sense. Like I said, this is going to be a bunch of like, man, I didn't realize this was so big. Maybe we shouldn't have made it so big, right? Maybe we should cut this down and make it a smaller circle. Now that I'm like looking at it, this might be too big. I clicked 51 on the circle generator. Like, is that too big, you think? Man, this might be too big. We might have made a mistake here. What? I think I need some feedback. Man, I think this might be too big, right? Because like it's gonna have like a spiral staircase in it and landings and stuff. What's up, teacher person? Yeah, we might have bit off more than we can chew here. I might have picked up too big of a number. I might cut this down and start over. Because like this is huge for just a staircase. Yeah, we need to pick a new circle. Because this is wrong. Maybe I'm thinking something like 30 something. Yeah, it's way too big. You know, like when you look at it on graph paper, it doesn't look that big. You know, you're just like, but like when you start building it, like it's too big. It's way too big. Yeah, I'm thinking like low to mid 30s, maybe. Might as well pull my circle generator up and learn a new pattern really quick. There aren't really any. Well, that's irrelevant. We're building way bigger than they are. We don't care about them. How big are the other buildings? We don't. This is going to be the biggest, one of the biggest buildings on the server. Also, this is just the tower part, so. I have this like in my mind. This is going to be this big, huge spiral staircase up to a clock and possibly a big bell. Like I said, I don't really have blueprints. I didn't build anything. I just kind of foresaw this in my brain. It's going to be kind of a piecemeal mansion. So like if you go on like, you know, like Google or wherever, and you start looking up like mansion floor plans, right? They're always like a grand sweeping spiral staircase, and then there'll be like smaller spiral staircases, and there'll be like straight like bookcase stairway, you know, staircases and stuff. Like there'll be multiple staircases throughout the house, but this is going to be like the big one, like nobody else's house. I mean, there are some big towers in its spawn, but this is probably going to be easily as tall as that one over there. But it's not going to be. This is 51 blocks wide. Diameter of 51 blocks. That's too big. I'm thinking like 31, maybe. The real problem with doing this is now I got to tear all this down. There's a lot of blocks to tear down. I thought we were getting somewhere. Nope. Let's see if we got any blocks on the ground. We'll pick up real quick. Yeah, I didn't test build this or anything, obviously, which I should have done. That is true. I did learn something. So it is, anytime you learn something, you didn't totally waste your time. I did learn that 51 blocks is way bigger than I thought it was. This is one of those times where like like my eyes are bigger than my stomach, right? Like one of those kind of situations. Over the last few days, I've been learning to love the vibrant visuals. Been trying to like tweak the settings and like get it to where it's what I would consider playable, right? And my main gripe with it was the water. But I think I've gotten some packs and things that make the water at least manageable. Would do like a stone hinge if I could get myself to like the vibrant visuals. What's up, Daryl? Yeah, I have seen some people do some cool things with the lighting, right? So like have the lighting line up with certain things and like do puzzles and stuff, right? I've seen some cool stuff with the vibrant visuals, and I'm trying to force myself to love them and just get used to it and then start using it, right? Like if I can force myself to just play with it, right? Then eventually I'll get comfortable with it. Then I can start doing cool stuff with it, right? That's the plan. I have seen some people do some cool stuff with it, and maybe we'll incorporate some of that into this. We are gonna have to find a smaller circle though, because 51 blocks is too much. It's too much. It's too big. It's too far across. It's the only thing inside of this is going to be like a really big spiral staircase, and I think honestly this is too much. Even for my ridiculousness. Even at the ridiculous scales I build at, that this is too much. Yeah, we'll just knock this down really quick, and we will take 5 seconds to go pull up the circle generator. We'll type in something more reasonable, like 31 blocks maybe. Which is still large, right? That's still big. We're trying to build big here, but we're not trying to build. This is ridiculous. You could have a horse race up this. You could have 4 horses racing side by side if there was a spiral staircase here. Right? That's. We're not trying to host horse races inside here. Even though that is an interesting idea. Oh. My controller disconnected there for a second. I have started using my controller in kind of like a newer way, right? Because I have this GameSir Cyclone 2, and it has like a Xbox style headphone jack on the bottom, so I'm running my headset through it now. So that's been kind of interesting to not have my headphone plugged into the monitor. I don't feel the restriction of the wire as much, so that's been kind of nice. But on the other hand, if my controller dies or something, then I lose sound and everything else. There, this is just a step one. This is stage one of the new Birch House. It's not going to be the whole thing. This is going to be stage one. Tower. I have a whole clock face, and like I have a bunch of things designed for this. It's going to be a whole thing. Speaking of 4 pillars, I might start playing that during lunch again. Just like every day, play 4 pillars for like an hour during lunch. I really do love that map, and I think if I play it, then it'll inspire me to modernize it. Or maybe I play while I make the modern version. Or maybe I spend my lunch hour making the modern version. Because I feel like there's some really important tweaks that need to happen on 4 pillars. Because it hasn't been updated in so long. And some of the pillars I feel like don't need to be there. I mean, I'm good with the obsidian one, right? Even though I don't know. I think about that. I'm good with the obsidian one, and I guess I'm good with the ores, even though I would make it less iron. Also, I would make the pillars go all the way to negative 64, right? So all the way to the bottom right. And I would probably the sand one I like still, right? So we still need sand. Or I've had this idea where if I made a skyblock map, I would put in the crafting recipes, I would put in that you could take glass and turn glass to sand. It needs a little bit of help. And I don't think I would take Sense and modify Sense. I think I would just start fresh from the original Java concept, right? And just ground up redesign. Even though I love Sense version. And I've never played the Java version, so I don't know anything about it really. I've seen some videos and stuff, right? But I maybe instead of 4 pillars, I just do one single pillar, right? So like you start out on top of the pillar. Like one pillar, right? I don't know. And I had some idea about like some like ways to randomize the loot. I don't think the Java version has ever been updated either. I think that's correct. I don't think any of the versions have really been too updated. Okay, let's pull up the circle generator really quick. Give me just half a second. Minecraft circle generator. We all know which one we're using. The same one everybody else uses. Yeah, that is way too big. Okay, so let's see, 333, no, 3, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I can do that. Okay. So we talked about marking it out from the center of the sewer connection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Move, guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Look at that. If you weren't here earlier, then don't even pay attention because we did perfect the first time, every time. We totally did miscount last time and do it a bunch of times. Just don't even worry about that. Yeah, we absolutely never miscount here. Okay, let's pick these up. Boom, boom, boom. Now let's take out this. I think that's much more reasonable, right? That is like 1,000 times more reasonable. I'm glad you believe that. Well, thank you. Tell Blue Jay thank you. I appreciate it. Blue Jay's a pretty nice guy, like I said. Yeah, one of the better big YouTubers that I've met. You should totally believe me there. I would never lie about such things. Still a huge house, and this is just a clock tower. All right, thanks, Harry. Yeah, this is gonna be just a clock tower. You can see all this land I cleared, right? Like I'm thinking it's gonna be at least 3 stories, probably. It's gonna have many rooms. Some I'm gonna probably try to add builders at some point, right, to give them kind of a job and kind of give the house kind of life, right? There are a couple of floating bee nests here that used to be in the old house. I'm probably going to relocate them to here and add flowers and things throughout the staircase to kind of give it like life and like color and things. The goal here right now is to just get the tower up, and then we'll come through and build a staircase. Then we'll add decorations. We'll add depth to the walls. We'll add texture, that kind of thing. Did I not? Oh, I didn't cover those up. Okay. You were watching me the other day? What was I doing the other day? Oh, mining this out. Yeah. Originally, I only mined it down to Y90, but I thought maybe I should just go down to 85. I plan on having an underground garage, right? Kind of like for like my horse, like a street level entrance, right? Because one of the things I hated about the original house was that you had to like climb up this janky, and I'm also going to fix that at some point. So let's go over there and look at it, right? So to get up here to the Birch House, you have to climb all these janky staircases, right? So there's just all these janky staircases leading up here. But I thought it would be cool, and I get that that's there, right? But like redoing some of this and just like having an entrance right here, an underground entrance, and redoing these staircases, or maybe having the entrance like right here, right? And having like an underground entrance. I thought that would be cool. So that I don't have to go up all those janky staircases. So then I have like a place to park my horse, or just take the elevator up, or what have you, right? Or take the elevator down, as the case may be. Like maybe I'm going down to my storage areas, or I'm going to go out to the farm area. So having like a street level entrance would be cool also, because like you don't always need to go into the main house to go do things. So I thought that would be a cool addition, is to have a street level entrance also. Like I said, this is a big overhaul. Originally, I was just going to add a third floor and do some things, but Judd forced my hand. He told me not to tear it down. And as an American, that deeply wounds me when British people think they can boss me around. I could. Yeah, the bank. That's like phase 4. We're way away from that. We're way away from adding the Birch Cave and being Birchman. That's way down the line. Did I not pick my... Oh, okay, I did. I picked my bed up. Yeah, that's way down the line, Dura. That's so far away, we can't even see that part. Yeah, that's way down the line. Yeah, we're quite a distance from that stage. Yeah, Birchman is coming, but Birchman needs a proper mansion before he can be Birchman. Like Bruce Wayne, you know, he started with the Bruce Manor, with the Wayne Manor. He had Wayne Manor before he had the Batcave. Yeah, so we're gonna have like. So I thought it'd be cool, right? So like this cliff right here just kind of goes down, right? So then like we could have like mine into the side of the wall, right? And have like an entrance for like the 1960s bat boat, right? So coming out of here, and then like maybe we have like a just an opening for like the birch plane, right? So like all of these things will have a way to get in and out. I mean, obviously they won't be functional, but we're still going to build them. And maybe I can get some kind of, I can get a beacon maybe, and have a way to turn it on and off. And that'll be the birch signal, right? So build like a big birch peace sign or something, like a big birch heart up in the sky, you know, and make it look like the beacon shining that up in the sky. I don't know. Just these are just all random ideas, and like I hope all of this randomness like comes together at some point, right? Like there's about 4 months left in this server, so I am going to just be building like a crazy person. So like a lot of it's gonna have to be dug out, and so like that'll be off camera. But I'm gonna try to do most of the. And I know I sound like a crazy person, right? But I'm gonna try to. This is gonna be a pretty ambitious build. Yeah, we're gonna just build this out of birch. We're gonna just go straight up with it, and any birch logs in here? No, I don't. And hopefully we can get it done, and we'll see where we go at. So I'm just gonna go up, right, and then we'll come back and we'll add staircases and punch windows out, and I'm planning on ending the season in December or January. So September, October, November, December, and then sometime in January is when it's going to end. That'll be 1 year. Last season did go on forever. I think we voted to extend it, but I don't think anybody really enjoyed that. So especially the members. So I don't think we will be extending them anymore. A lot of times people like start out really strong and they just kind of burn out. So they, you know, like starting a new season is gives some people. Sometimes people build themselves into a bad situation, right? So like last season where Callie and Sent built themselves into that hole, and sometimes you just need a reset, right? You just need to start over. So absolutely, you know, I'm planning on ending it then. I've not spoken to the other members about that, but that's when I'm planning on the season ending. So this is going to be a mad dash of build. I've kind of put this on my shoulders, and I'm going to just get it done. I'm going to take this up as high as that tower right there. My God, what were we thinking? 51 blocks. This is way better. See, like this is a really, so like I could put like a big pillar here in the middle, right? And do some decorative stuff in the middle without the staircase being too big or too small. It still gives me, but my God, 51 blocks. What were we drunk? Is that? Sometimes I wonder what's wrong with me. This is like much more better, which I know is not proper grammar, but I don't care. I say much more better all the time. I'll be like, oh, that's much more better. Be like, that's the most bestest. Last season did go on forever, and honestly, I could have played for another couple of months. Had I not known the new season was coming on, I could have played in the end forever. That's the thing about the end is I never kind of really run out of ideas for Minecraft. But and like with the end dimension, there wasn't any like restrictions on the amount of space I had. There's no terrain, so like you just build forever. I could have gone forever in the end dimension, I think. I know several of us will never dig anything like that again. Nope. If it were not for your iron farms, I would not have iron because I don't want to dig anymore, and I still don't like the caves. Yeah, the you know, I enjoy. Oh wow, I just swallowed weird. I enjoy building iron farms, and I talked about doing that maybe on Wednesday night. Is building some of my classic iron farm designs to kind of give them like a fresh update to them, and you know, like that way I would have like a new download of them, update them, make sure they still work, that kind of thing. I think that'd be kind of fun. So we might do that. We might do a creative stream on Wednesday. Tuesday night, I'm going to try to play Stardew Valley with Callie. I did download it tonight and before the stream, and make sure that's all set up. I'm gonna Google some visual mods maybe, and see if I can do some things about taking some of the red out of the menus, because I hate looking at the color red so much. Not the color red, but like when the overall background of something is too red, it just burns me out. And the overall menus and everything of Stardew Valley are very brown-ish, which has a lot of red in it. I just don't care for it. So I'm going to look into that, and maybe I can do something about the brown on yellow text. Yeah, I prefer the contrast is not good enough. I don't really care for the text on the menus. So I'm going to look and see if there's any visual mods I can do or anything like that between now and then. If not, I'll just suffer through the menus. And if I can remember to wake up in the mornings early, I might start playing what do you call it? Schedule 1 before work. Just play for like an hour each day, play Schedule 1 for an hour, then like play 4 Pillars for an hour during lunch, and then stream BrokeRock and not, and Stardew Valley. Yeah. Because sometimes I think, man, I should go. Like I have free time, and I think, man, I should play it. But then I think, well, I should stream that. But then, so then I end up not playing it. I'm just like, why don't I just stream it? Like, the only thing I really probably play more than anything and just don't stream is what do you call it? Motortown. The new update came out on the beta, and I downloaded the beta, and I've been playing that with all the new vehicles and things. So good. The new trailers and stuff for the trucks and stuff. Oh, and some of the cars. Oh, so good. There are a lot of visual mods for it. I don't do the visual stuff. I actually have not downloaded any of the mods I've been using. Motortown was so fun to watch. Maybe we'll stream more of that then. I kind of thought I would record that and edit it, but we'll see. I do need to hook up my controller my steering wheel and stuff next time. Because it's like, while I still enjoy it with the controller, it's so much better with the steering wheel. Oh, I need to play Roadcraft. Oh, there's an update today on Roadcraft. I do. That's the problem, right? That's always the problem. There's 1,000,000 games. It's too many games. There is so many good indie games now, right? You don't have to wait for those $70, $80 games that are coming out of like AAA people. Is because a lot of these indie games are so good, like Schedule 1. Yeah, I'm gonna do scripted content with it. I mean, we could stream it too, but also do the scripted content. Well, like sometimes when I play it, like I just think like, man, this would make like a really good like storyline, like like, oh, this is Sam the tow truck driver, and this is, you know, Fred the race car driver. Because like there's so many different jobs and skins, and like with the new update, there's all these new outfits. Like you can be a policeman or you can be an ambulance driver. You can like buy the outfits, and you can like have the cars, and you can, you know, so like it really lends itself to like a storytelling atmosphere. And so like that's a lot of the things I think about when I'm just driving around in Motortown. I just think, man, this would make a pretty funny story. I like Motortown because I don't have to think too much, and it allows my brain to just wander around, which is always good, but always a little bit of scary at the same time. So yeah, I would like to get into that, but I need to learn DaVinci Resolve a little better. Like I've messed around with it a little bit, and I have like kind of a basic understanding of it, but it's a little bit like the way my abilities with it right now. It's a little bit like using an army tank to open a can, right? Like yeah, it'll open a can, but it'll do a lot more. But using it to just open cans seems like a waste. So I was telling Callie, kind of the plan for this, right? So I watched this documentary about this place called the Winchester Mystery House, and it was wife, the um, the wife of the guy who owned the Winchester Repeating Arms rifle company, right? So when he passed, she got all this money, so she moves to, I want to say San Francisco is where it is, and you can still go to the house today. It's still there. And her and her husband were really big into architecture, right? And after he passed, she was going to build her forever home because she had all this money. She still owned like 50% of the company, and so she had all this money coming in. And of course, he was insanely wealthy, and now she's insanely wealthy. And I'll give you the lore, which actually turns out not to be true first, because it's a way better story, right, than the actual truth. Working on a few assessments, but I'll be listening to. Thank you, EnhancedRain. Anybody that doesn't know, EnhancedRain is one of the fellow BrokeRockers. You can go subscribe to his page and then come right back. So the lore of the Winchester Mystery House, right, is as follows: that she visited a psychic, and the psychic told her that her house was haunted by all the victims of the her husband's guns, right? And that if she continued to constantly build on her house, like if she never finished it. So if you keep building on your house, you keep building new rooms and new additions and things, you will never die. You will never be haunted by these spirits. So that's the lore of the house, right? So like, oh, I forgot to say that this house is like insane, right? It has like thousands of windows and like hundreds of doors and staircases that lead up to ceilings and just like windows that, like, if you open the window, there's a wall behind it. Um, Rooms that just don't seem to have purposes. Rooms that seem oddly shaped and sized, and just doors that go out to like open air, right? Like there'll just be it won't be like a balcony or anything there. It'll just be like a door that goes to the side of the house. Like this would be a door and it would just drop like 30 feet. So that the house is full of stuff like that. And during her lifetime, she would constantly be adding on to this house. And sometimes partway through them building a addition, she would change her mind. She would change the plan. She would changed the style of architecture. All of this part is true. The mystery part is kind of like, is just kind of told for tourists, but this part is true. So like, she would often change her mind halfway through construction. She would change the styles, the materials, the layouts, the whatever, right? Oh, put a window here, take this window out, that kind of thing. And it was mostly because she did, like I said, she was really wealthy and she traveled around, and she was constantly learning about new architecture from her travels in Europe or in other parts of the United States or just whatever, right? So she would learn about a new architecture, and she would come back to her project and be like, stop what you're doing and change it to this. And so like that wasn't uncommon. So she had this team of workers that just always were working for her. That was just who she was and what was going on. Then here's where the lore and the truth kind of diverge, right? So the reason the house is so crazy looking is not because she was a crazy person, right? She didn't visit a psychic, and none of that is there's like no actual proof of any of that, right? What there is proof of is that the house suffered. So it was built, like a normal person would build a house. I mean, don't get me wrong, she did change a lot of things and would often change things, or like midway you have them tear it down and start over. So that part of it is true. But what actually happened was that she was living in another house because this house wasn't really finished. She never really lived in it full time very much at all. And there was a series of earthquakes that damaged the house. So like a lot of the chimneys fell off and the balconies fell off, and parts of the house collapsed, and you know what I'm saying? So because, like she built it so disorderly, like there wasn't an overall plan. So like a lot of it wasn't necessarily super structurally sound. So like during the earthquakes, there was an extreme amount of damage to the house. And so at one point in time, she told the workers were like, okay, well, let's start over. Let's rebuild. And she was like, no, just seal it up. And so that's why. So like essentially they just made the exterior of the home watertight, right? So like if a balcony fell off, they didn't replace it. They just made sure that the exterior of the home there was sealed and moved on. And if there was a room that collapsed that had a staircase leading to it, well, they just put a new roof on and left the staircase. And so like that's the reason for the craziness of the house is that it was just earthquake damage, and that she didn't rebuild it, she just sealed it up. And you can go to the Winchester Mystery House right now. It's a tourist attraction. You can go there right now. And the lore is way better than the reality of the thing. But she and with all this damage and all these crazy staircases, and as she got older, she couldn't do it. She never really lived there. She lived there a little bit, but she eventually moved into a one-story house and eventually died. But that's the story is way better, that she's this crazy lady that visited psychics, and the spirits of her husband's victims of his guns haunted her, and that's why she kept building on it. So like the story of the house is way better. Now I said all of that to say this, is that I thought it would be cool if I just built this house in like segments, right? Like not necessarily with an overall plan, but just go, oh, well, I think this is cool. Like I'll build this part with Greek columns. I'll build this part, like this. I'll build this like this. Like maybe this part has a glass dome and this part has a emerald roof and this part has a whatever, you know what I'm saying? So like my plan is to kind of just figure this out as I go in a similar manner to just. Oh, did they? Okay, interesting. You know, Callie talks about that show a lot, and I've seen the show. I've never really watched it, but yeah, the lore is like really interesting, right? So like if you watch some documentaries about it that just go over the lore, like they make a compelling case that like she's crazy and all this other stuff, but then like if you kind of like watch some like fact based the whole house is fascinating. They're people that are just like really go into the architecture and stuff. They're like, oh, this is from, you know, the Renaissance period, and this is from the, you know, this period, and this is, you know, they're like this inspired this, and this is why this is built this way, and like I find that really fascinating. But like if you start looking at the facts of the case and like kind of ignore the lore and stuff, it makes a lot of sense. But the lore is fascinating too. So like if you love supernatural stuff and you love all that stuff, then yeah, absolutely. Just I don't want to ruin anybody's good time with that, but I'm gonna go as high as Scotty B's tower over there. I figure if I went, I think it's at like 160 or something like that. So if I go up to about 160 and then cap this thing off and put a clock on it and put a nice spiral staircase, maybe with some kind of thing here in the middle. And I also think I'm going to put both of the beehives inside of this. My God, I hope the bees aren't getting killed by the rain. Surely they're smart enough to get in the beehive, right? I thought it'd be cool to like put flowers and things here. Maybe I should build a big like birch tree inside of here. Right? Like a big birch tree and then like leaves on the inside of the ceiling. Maybe that would be cool. I don't know. Maybe I make the birch tree out of glass. Like a glass birch tree. I don't know. I have dumb ideas. I mean, maybe I make this a little taller than Scotty B's tower, but we're not going to tell him that. We're going to just keep that to ourselves. Oh yeah, God. I mean, like the building codes were all, I mean, like literally this lady built this house with no permits, no plans, no anything, right? So like when you think about it like that, it makes a lot of sense, right? So like why the house partially collapsed and things. And so like most of the fireplaces don't work because all the chimneys collapsed and all these kind of things. So like that actually makes a lot of sense. And like I said, she was so in love with the architecture that's why it's so built so crazy because it and like nothing matches is because she was just like trying out new stuff all the time. And like she's crazy rich. I mean, like you know, we're talking about like Elon Musk money back in the day. The Winchester repeating rifle was like the gun that won the West. That's like if you owned either a Colt or a Winchester, that was as good as it got. You know what I'm saying? Like there was no, that was the standards. Those were the two standard weapons. If you could buy, there were a lot of gun companies, but you know, you're trusting your life to them. If you're going to trust your life to a gun back then, it better be a Colt or a Winchester. So we're talking about like dumb money, right? Just ridiculous amounts of money. And so like this was just a place for her to kind of try out new things. And this thing had like tons of greenhouses in it and just balconies and just I mean all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And then after the collapse, she was just kind of you know what I'm saying, she was older and she just didn't have the will to rebuild it and continue doing it. So she just kind of told them to not to rebuild it, but just to repair it, just to seal it up. You know, I remember, I want to say it was in the 80s, maybe late 80s, the really big earthquake that happened in California that just, I mean, you were talking, and like that really changed a lot of things. As far as like earthquake building is, like we had all these multi-level highways and things that just like collapsed and like were like pancaking down on top of each other. I don't remember what year that earthquake was. I want to say late 80s, maybe, or I don't think it was early 90s, but I think it was late 80s. What is wrong with me? Yeah, during the baseball game, exactly right. Yeah, and like it was a total disaster, right? And that changed a lot of the building codes in California. and that, I mean, like I said, that 100% changed the building codes in California. It no longer became like a, if the big one hits, it's like, well, the big ones are going to hit now. And now, like, you know, when there's an earthquake in California, it barely makes the news because like we don't have this like crazy property damage anymore. And like we don't have all these people dying and stuff. So like I said, it barely makes the news, but I remember that was insane how much damage there was. I mean, there were people driving on the bottom decks of those bridges and stuff, and like the roadway just collapsed down on them, killed them. Ooh, yeah. Oh, my thing didn't work. Oh, you didn't do exclamation point. I need to work on that some more. Just work on my streamer bot stuff. Hey, Olga, why don't you eat? Yeah. Look at that. Look at streamer bot. There's still some of the custom ones that, like, from some of the BrokeRockers that I need to add into that. No worries, no worries. I just wanted to make sure it was working. It should be though, because it said 6 out of 6 that it was connected to everything. So as long as the little green light's on, then I just assume everything's working. I love StreamerBot so much. And I know it can, this is another one of those using an army tank to open a tin can kind of situations. Because StreamerBot can do all kinds of crazy things. Like you can program it to do all kinds of stuff that I don't use it for, but ooh, I got a Discord message. Ooh, I got a Discord message. Let's see who it is. It better not be some dumb ping. I'll be so mad. I don't see what it is. I don't know. I don't see what it is. Oh, wait. To my private Discord. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Shh. I have a private Discord. Don't tell anybody. I haven't made it public yet. Yeah, I want to say that tower is like 159, 160, something like that. So my plan is, right, so like, I'm thinking of having an entrance on this side, right? No, maybe I have the entrance on this side. Do I want to? So a lot of this wood I'm going to recover, right? So I'm going to have like windows and cutouts, and some of these I'm just going to like mine straight down and then like replace it with like polished tuff and stuff. I mean, like there's going to be, so a lot of this wood is going to be recovered. So and I understand this is a absolute ton of wood and I need to go cut a bunch more. I think we have enough for tonight. So like we get ready to build the other stuff. So like it's not going to be just solid birch, right? So like I understand the issue with just a solid wall of birch. So a lot of this is going to have like cutout windows. See, and that's one of the things with the first version of the Birch House. It didn't have any windows in it, and the windows frames had been built in a way that didn't support putting glass into them. And I'm like, have you ever been inside of a house, Judd? Houses have windows. Sometimes I wonder if Judd's ever been in a house. So like I said, I want to retain the emerald roof and all of those things. And I want to add texture to this. I mean, I assume the walls on the Birch House might be 3 blocks thick, right? Like by the time you do the exterior texture, the interior texture, then that leaves you like a core to put like windows in. We'll see how this goes. And then of course there'll be a cutout for the clock faces and stuff and things. Judd builds. He doesn't. One, the Birch House was built with like almost no materials, just like whatever we had at the time. And we didn't have very much. It was like the first couple of days, except for the emerald roof, which came much later. But it doesn't. The original Birch House didn't feel like a house. It didn't have any functional to it. And I want to build this like it's an actual house. I want to bring in villagers and give them jobs. So like I'll bring in a butcher who will work in the kitchen, and of course we're gonna have a grand library where we will have all of our books. So like we can do enchanting and stuff, and we'll have a villager in there who, you know, like that'll be kind of like where he works. And I want to maybe have an armory. Like I want to have a couple of villagers that I can trade with, right? So like if I need something quickly, like if I need a pickaxe or whatever, or if I need some enchantments or whatever. I'm today years old when I found out that Reagan was an actor before he entered politics. That is correct. He was very much an actor. His nickname was the Gipper. Win one for the Gipper. He also, most people think, at least in his second term, like there's no real proof one way or the other, because his wife was kind of just like protecting him from things, but that he suffered from Alzheimer's his second term. Man, the 80s were wild, right? So like you can go look this up and there's like all these pictures of Nancy Reagan, right? Oh, it's so much birch. But like I said, we're gonna come back, we're gonna do cutouts, we're gonna replace some of the vertical columns of wood with things like polished tuff and stuff. But I kind of want to just get like a structure up, right? And then come back and do the interior. So I do a bunch of spiral staircase, and then come in and like do a cleanup and add windows and change some of the columns and punch out holes and things. We're going to do a lot of things to this, but like we just have to get the actual structure up first. I understand that it's a lot of birch, and it's very much birch. That's crazy talk, Dara. We don't do sensible things here. That's crazy talk. So yeah, going back to Reagan, man, like people don't realize how crazy and unhinged that time was, right? So like, if you go back and look at the 80s, right? In the 70s too, right? So like, you had all these celebrities. Well, guess what? They all knew each other because there weren't that many celebrities, right? The amount of famous people there was a very small circle. It isn't like today where you have all these influencers and all these YouTube stars and all these people that are on Netflix and Hulu, and like it wasn't such a large group of celebrities, right? Yeah, the so it wasn't that big. I have this kind of like mental idea, right? So like there'll be like like on the first floor, right, will be the villagers, right? So that's where the workers will live and work and do things, right? And then like the upper floors will be for like me and Judd, DJC, maybe Rex, whoever, right? The 80s were so unhinged. You know, like we had these things, like there used to be this annual event, right? It was called the Battle of the Network Stars. And like this is gonna seem like such a wild idea to people now. Is that like all the famous people would get together and hold like a mini Olympics. And it was just like famous people. So like the guy, so like it would be like Mr. T from the A Team, and then like whoever from whatever movie you've seen or whatever. You know, it was just like it was like, what is going on here? Like it was it was a crazy time where just like anything could happen. Oh, that's the beehive. Where did I put my scaffolding? Did I not put scaffolding on the inside? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, the 1980s were quite unhinged. So like there's all these like um pictures and stuff of like Nancy Reagan sitting on Mr. T's lap. And I'm just like, what in the world? Yeah, the 80s were just yeah, there was just filming like, like 4 or 5 networks. Yeah. But like all these famous people knew each other. They all hung out together. They were all friends and like they all like partied together. Like so like it wasn't uncommon to see people that you're just like, how do these people even know each other? That's because there was only like 100 famous people. Like they all just knew each other. I mean, it was obviously more than 100 people, but you get my point. Is that like they just knew each other? They just did. So like, here's the wife of the president sitting on Mr. T's lap. Yeah, I mean, back then it was like CBS. Well, maybe there was only 2 or 3. It was like ABC, CBS, and maybe like 1 or 2 others. You know, I remember growing up, my grandparents only had 3 channels. I don't even think Fox was a thing back then. I don't think Fox came around until like the 90s. Yeah, PBS, NBC, ABC, and CBS. That would be the 4, right? I mean, like you had some places had, what do you call them? Like local broadcast. You know, like sometimes you would have like local channels, right? Like public access. That's what I'm thinking of. That so like some places had public access channels. So like you might have 4 or 5. But yeah, it was just ABC, CBS, NBC, and like PBS. And then like maybe you'd have like 1 if you were lucky. Sometimes you didn't have any. A lot of people didn't have any public access. But yeah, my grandparents had 3 TV channels when I was little. But yeah, all of these So it wasn't uncommon to see like Mr. T hanging out with the guy from Fantasy Island, or this actress from Dallas hanging out with whoever. Interesting. I didn't realize Fox was back in the 80s. I didn't realize they had channels back then. We certainly didn't have any in my area. I mean, if you had cable, if you're one of those lucky people that had cable, like you could there was a bunch of stuff on cable, but I'm talking about like broadcast networks. So yeah, the 80s were just totally unhinged. There was a lot less musicians, so like all the musicians knew, like the pool of celebrities was so small that you would just see these people hanging out together, and you're like that's the president's wife sitting on the lap of Mr. T, like, and Nancy Reagan was in charge of that whole DARE thing, DARE to keep kids off drugs. Like the messaging of the 80s for like safety and things was so crazy. They taught like an entire generation of kids to like stranger danger, like there's gonna be this guy in a trench coat following you around. Like that never happens. That's not like they taught like an entire generation of children to look out for the wrong things. Yeah. What's up, Seahart? Oh, that's terrible, man. That's not grotesque. This is beautiful. This is beautimous. We might not have enough, though, is the problem. We might have to start punching out windows and using some of our punch outs to make the tower go higher. It might be cool to do like kind of like stained glass, right? So like a stained glass of like birch trees, right? Going up. Just say no to birch. That's crazy talk. Birch is the best. You might want to get that looked at, bro. That's crazy talking right there. Yeah, we are not gonna have enough birch. Is unfortunately the issue. Yeah, so some of these columns, so like especially on the corners right here, right? Some of that probably will either be iron blocks or polished tuff, or maybe both. So a lot of this wood we're going to recover. So like I'm not super worried about not having enough period end of sentence, but I am a little concerned. Oh, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, so like most children are kidnapped by somebody they know, a friend of the family, a family member, a disgruntled parent, et cetera, right? But like they taught us like there was going to be a guy in a van or a guy in a trench coat that was going to kidnap us, to be on the lookout for that guy. And of course, like only you can prevent forest fires. That was a big thing back then. Oh, we could do some polished diorite. I do like polished diorite. Did we bring our tuff with us? I think we did, right? I think it's right here. Okay, so we could do right here. We could do. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like a thing of 4 blocks right here. So we could do polished diorite right there, polished diorite right here, and then like polished tuff and polished tuff to kind of Well, maybe not. Maybe we do it over here. Let me step back, sleep, and look at it and think about it. Because the flat surface is right here. So like eventually we'll get up there and we're gonna have a big clock face, right? Most forest fires are caused by lightning and or people throwing cigarettes out of the car window. Oh, I could do some strip birch too. That is also a very good idea. So here, right? So we're gonna have the clock face up here, right? And I'm thinking about doing some stained glass, like take this out and do glass right here, right? So that is what we're thinking about there. And then maybe I leave this one as birch, and maybe I do this one as tough. I do these two right here tough, and then I do these two as polished diorite, and then that would bring back these two as tough, right? I could do some strip birch. Like I said, a lot of this we're going to recover, so I'm not super worried that we don't have any more birch. And I knew that like eventually we would pull a lot of this out, but I just wanted to get something here that I could like visualize, right? Because I love the polished tough. I didn't really care for tough at first, and then I started like messing with the polished tough. You know, there was quite a few forest fires in the last 2 years that where people were setting off doing those what is it, gender reveals for their babies and stuff. There was this huge one where these people set that off. I'm just like, what is wrong with people? I mean, a lot of the forest fires, right? So like they started accidentally, obviously, like either through lightning or like people being careless or whatever. But like the winds have made them so much worse. We're gonna need to remove that beehive and put it on the inside. Yeah, I'm thinking. So we'll do a lot of glass and window punching out on the flat side here. We'll leave that column as birch. We could do stripped right here. Do these columns as stripped. But I really want to put some tough in here. Let's just get some blocks and start messing around, right? Oh, iron. We have iron blocks too. We have so much iron blocks. What's up? What's up, Mesh? Mesh, one of the other fellow BrokeRockers. You can go subscribe to his channel also here on YouTube. Oh, that's not bad, right? Okay, so I get what you're saying. So like on the 3 block here, right? We do stripped and then we do tough, right? And then we do like diorite over here and maybe iron. You know, let's get some blocks and see what we got going on here. Oh, anytime, Mesh. Man, all the Australian people are out today. You and Rain. All the Aussies. So we were talking about doing tough right here. We're gonna see what this looks like. Like I said, I didn't fully form this idea out. I just kind of started building. In reality, I probably shouldn't have torn the old one down. I probably could have rehabbed it. But I wanted a much bigger clock tower. I'm going to be super honest. I think I have some strip birch somewhere. Yeah, I didn't make a plan at all. I think I have some birch here somewhere, some strip birch. Is that all the strip birch I have? Wait, are these two different? Are these different blocks for real? How is that different blocks? Oh, I forgot I have that that pack on that doesn't tell me the names and stuff. Okay, strip birch wood and strip birch log. Interesting. That is so interesting, right? Because like, if you ask me, those are the same block, right? I guess this one has an end grain and this one doesn't, but that's the same block. You could also use alternating upside down stairs of sandstone instead of straight birch. Strip birch to add depth to the center and use strip birch elsewhere. Yeah, I'm good. Like I said, this is we're really just trying to like go all the way to height, and then we're gonna come back and add. We've run out of birch, so we're gonna have to do. I think this is gonna probably turn into glass, maybe some kind of stained design, like stained glass design. And we're gonna do columns of the separator. I'm gonna be honest, I don't hate that like that right there. So I think that is gonna be the plan. I guess that's the difference, is this one has an end grain and this one doesn't. So I guess technically those are different, right? But are they really though? Yeah, those are the same. Yeah, lime green. I actually have a lot. The original house had some lime green. I thought might be cool to, because like some of these will be like holes to like leave to like go into other parts of the house. But I thought it might be cool to do what do you call them? You know, like I could do the entrances and exits on the sides here, like on the diagonal, right? And I could do kind of like birch tree stained glass, right? It won't make any difference. Yeah, the side view. Like the only difference is one of these has an end grain and the other ones don't. That is the only thing I can tell. So I guess we need to strip some of this to see how we like it. Yeah, we're gonna come back in and do like stairs and like fence posts and like diorite walls, and we're gonna come in and do add depth and things and add windows and do all those things. But like I said, originally I really just kind of want to like get the tower up so that we have like a sense of how big this is gonna be. Get a beacon. Man, that would require so much effort to get a beacon. Yeah, I mean, the house is going to join this, so like at least on probably these sides. So I might do the entrances here, and just that way I don't have to mess with the windows, right? Like, there's no plan. Like, this whole thing is just we're flying by the seat of our pants here. I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't have plans. We're gonna just like I kind of explained it earlier that like I'm kind of like patterning this kind of like after the way the Winchester Mystery House was built. Is they just kind of built it as they went, just kind of like, oh, I need a room, so let's do it this way, or let's just like we're gonna build it no plan. We're gonna just go. We're gonna hope it all works out in the end. And I have high hopes for it. While I haven't done like research or designs or anything, I did look at a bunch of like mansion floor maps and things like that, right? So hopefully we do kind of end up with something that we really like and then like has all the full textures. Like we might even come in and do like a interior color. Like I'm not opposed to all the walls being 2 blocks or 3 blocks thick, right? Where the exterior color isn't necessarily the same color as the inside. I'm okay with that. Yeah. That's the lore, right? So like the victims of the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, so all the victims of those rifles, is that she built those rooms all crazy to confuse the demons. But that's the lore. Let's stick with that's the lore. But that's, I mean, I don't hate that. Come in and do like iron right here. So like do iron and polished diorite right here. And by the time we punch you out like kind of like archways to do like windows, like glass windows and stuff. Yeah, you absolutely do need to build a spawn house. I know a great place to build a spawn house, Mesh. You can be neighbors with me. So like recently there was this vacancy right here. You could build a really nice house right here. This house is now up there. Yeah, 100%. A lot of people think Mojang isn't done enough. They're like Mojang equals lazy and all this tired stuff. But like, I like almost everything that Mojang has done lately for the last year or so. The copper golem, the copper chains, all the copper blocks, the copper bulbs, even the what do you call it? That thing that I don't really care for, the trial chambers. All of that's good. Yeah, I think Mojang is, and like I know it seems kind of like mods, right? So like it seems like smaller updates, but I like that too. I like smaller updates more often. I like the copper. I like the new shelf. I like the copper chest. I like all the stuff they've been doing lately. I just like it. I'm not like, oh, I hate this or I hate that. Like, I don't hate any of it. I'm just like, yeah, that's good. You're good, bro. So I don't dislike this. And like I said, this flat panel here a lot of this will be punched out for windows. Once I do the spiral staircase on the inside, right? Once I do the spiral staircases, we'll know where the landings are, and we'll know more about those kind of things. And so we'll be able to more accurately, because I want to do like separate windows for separate floors, right? Yeah, I think that's good though. I think the polished diorite, the polished tuff looks good. The strip birch, I like. And like I said, this right here is going to be broken up by windows. Maybe we should like do every so often, like wherever the floors are, do like a. Well, we'll do that on the outside though. We'll do some interesting things where we do blocks around the outside. So like to kind of give it like a banded feel. So like it feels like it's sections, right? We'll do that on the outside. This is just to get to this point. Now, so we have that we'll do birch here, right? So then we'll do iron, polished diorite, iron. So on the diagonals, we'll do iron and polished diorite. Oh, we could do balconies. Like we could do a couple of balconies on the exterior parts on the front side, right? Oof, we're about to die. Oh, GG, everybody. We didn't die. The man, those feather balling boots are doing all the work there. I was pretty sure we were about to die right there. Yeah. Trial chamber salvage, 100%. I do a lot of mining, right? So like a lot of people don't know how my mining prowess. I've always been really into mining on Minecraft. So like we could do maybe like one or two, let's say like one really high, and then maybe like one like up a little ways, and then over here on this side too, because that side is going to have house and probably that direction too, but maybe not towards the front. Maybe, or if we do have something on the front here, it's going to be very, very short, maybe only like one story. So like balconies above that. I don't know. That's kind of like a later kind of thing. Do I need to come place water for you to land it? No, I'm good. We got them feather falling 4 boots. I just need to make sure I eat all the time and keep my health up. Yeah, them feather falling 4 boots. They do all the heavy lifting around here. This is why I went and bought scaffolding so I could get up and down easier. So I went over to Callie's shop and bought scaffolding from her shop. Like it doesn't have to be all built in the first go around. You know what I'm saying? Like there will be many decorating passes. So here we were talking about doing iron. Nice. Hopefully it was good news on your phone call. I was just going to tell you, Stream Deck, to tell you to eat. Nice. Yeah, I just have to keep my health up so that when I fall off inevitably, that I don't die. I really thought I was going to die, though. That was because it's pretty far down. And then we'll do this and we'll do polished diorite right here. We might even do some sea lanterns at some point. Like I said, it's kind of hard to see the vision right now, and I get that, but like I'm really hoping this whole tower comes together. I want to do like I said, I want to do a spiral staircase of slabs in here, and maybe some kind of central column. I don't know if I want to do like a water elevator or if I just want to do like a solid, what do you call it? Like core inside. Man, it's like a party in here. What's up, Lever? Man, you and Rex have been having like the worst internet problems I've ever seen. I tried to watch your stream this morning, Rex's stream, and every time I would get in, then like it would like crash or whatever. And I was just like, well, I don't know. Ooh, I could do yellow frog lamps. Yeah, y'all's internet has been sketchy to say the least. We need to sleep. Where can I put a bed down? Man, when my internet went out for like a week a while back, it is so crazy hard. You don't realize how much you depend on like Wi-Fi. You don't realize how much faster your home Wi-Fi is versus say like your mobile data. Maybe. You know, the person with the most goated Wi-Fi on the server is named Scotty B. I don't know what kind of deal he made with the devil or whatever, but his internet is like 3,500 up and 3,500 down. And I've never seen such ridiculous Wi-Fi speeds. He told me he shares half of a 7 gigabyte Wi-Fi. So confirmed that Scotty B is stealing Wi-Fi from NASA. You know, those look very similar. I don't know how I feel about the iron blocks in the Vibrant Visuals. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. So then this one right here should be polished tough. Scotty B used to run a server. Yeah. I think it's just what's available in his area, and it's like, yeah, give us the fastest. And I think he shares it with some other people. Yeah. You know, the interior colors of this might be different than the exterior. I probably am going to put an inside wall, and so the inside of it might be cyan and sea lanterns and stuff. Like I said, the interior of the Birch House is going to be different than the exterior. It's not going to be like where you see the exterior wall on the inside. So like all of these walls are going to be 2, maybe 3 blocks thick. And then this will be stripped birch. So that is a very real possibility of doing like wool or something on the inside. Oh, we don't have enough strips. No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to come down and do a bunch of strip logs. You know what I should do is just put scaffolding and then just like strip them as I go up. I think that's what we're going to do the next time, right? So like instead of like tearing them down, we're just going to put scaffolding and then got an insta-kill iron farm based on your research. Nice. Does it send them to the nether? Is that what you're doing? Oh, you're probably dropping them from one into another. Yeah, I've done that. It's just it's not my preferred method. If only we could offhand looks. Yeah, that would be super nice, right? Yeah. Dump them into a dump village. I want to say I made one of those one time. It just seemed kind of like it. I think the update I was doing it in, it was like super slow. Like there was like a weird issue with them transferring villages super slow. I mean, it might be faster now. So good job. Let's see. Oh, we should go down and make tough. That's pretty interesting. I want to say I gave up on that because it was super slow. There was a lot of interesting things being done with like trident killers and stuff at the time. Tough bricks. What does that look like? What is a tough brick? Yeah. I mean, that's all right. I like it better than the regular stone bricks, but maybe we'll incorporate that somewhere. Yeah, I want to say that's why I originally gave up on it, is because it like overcomplicated it and it didn't give enough of a benefit at the time. That may have changed because I like I said, I haven't tested it in a long time. So this one should be the I haven't messed with raid farms and stuff in a long time. Is a tough brick. It's okay. Like the tough brick looks good. I mean, it's really not much different than the stone brick, though. It's a little grayer, I guess. I was actually talking about on Wednesday doing a stream where I go back and build old iron farm designs. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll build some of the go back through some of my videos and build some of my iron farms. Tuesday night I'm gonna play Stardew Valley with Callie. But maybe Wednesday night I build old classic iron farm designs. None of the stack stuff because it just takes forever. But yeah, like update some of this stuff. I was talking about that earlier. I don't know if everybody was here for that though, but Because I want to get back into building some iron farm stuff, because I have some interesting things I've been working on in secret. Not really in secret, just I haven't been showing them off. Have a great night. 5 a.m. comes fast. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. It's got more green in it, I think. Maybe. It's really hard for me to tell. Like I don't. It's hard for me to tell like the difference between grays, right? So like in my mind, that this is the same kind of design that like regular stone bricks are. I have some crazy stuff I've been able to do in like Sim 4, right? Right. I showed off a 7,000 ingot iron farm in my on the video one time, but like I have built since then. I've built like a 24K. I've built some bigger ones than that. I actually have a download for the 24K. I actually built it on stream, so like I guess that's not really secret, but I have some designs that I haven't really fully built that are like way bigger, that are all in Sim 4. Some new ideas about like some stacked iron farms and things. People love stacked iron farms. Yeah, I need to practice stacking before doing a video on the Instakill one. How many villages are you stacking? When I made the 24,000, it was 110 villages. I can actually show it to you if y'all want to see that really quick. I can show it to you. I actually had when I used to have a Discord, I actually had a download on it. It used to be on my Discord. I just never made a video about it. I quit making videos for so long. Let's see, where is it? Do. Don't pay attention to any of that stuff. Don't read the names of these worlds too much. Let's see what we got here. Oh, here's a creative copy that I was just like screwing around in. We can fly around in this one, so it'll be fine. When measured, this was 24,000 ingots per hour. I do have a download of this. I don't know where it is at the exact moment, but this was all built in survival. I don't know if you know that, but yeah. This was just a little private world I was playing on. This is a iron tunnel right here, the leading back to my kind of starter base area. So like I mined this island down, flattened it out. Obviously, like I said, I was screwing around, just doing some dumb stuff. So that's the reason for all the snow and all the destruction, but all this is in survival. Yeah, I did. I streamed it. I streamed building this. The streams are probably still on my page somewhere. No, I wasn't doing any snow pushing. I was just screwing around with snow golems. Not everything I do is technical stuff. Sometimes I'm one of the few technical players that just likes playing Minecraft. I would say less than probably a quarter of what I do is technical. But yeah, this is 110 villages, 24,000 ingots per hour. Sim 4. This is actually like way small compared to what I'm currently working on. I don't really want to say how much or anything currently, but But yeah, I did all this in survival. There are streams of me doing it. Stacking the villages, doing all the things. Yeah, that's the 24K iron farm. Yeah, they're locked in place. All right, since it's just a creative copy, I'll show you. I'll show you what it looks like. I don't mind. I don't mind showing it all. I want to say punch in here. Oh, sorry. I forgot how this is laid out. Like I've built this a bunch of different ways. So the villagers here. The beds are right here. So like in the center of the farm, they're in the center of the farm, and these are only 10 villagers per iron farm, not 20. That's why it's less per farm. But 24K, that's a lot of ingots. I don't think you could actually ever get to that 1 million per hour. Not with a single person, and not on Sim 4. I don't. I don't think even a server 24,000 ingots per hour would be more than enough. Unless you just build out of iron blocks nonstop, 24,000 is more than enough. What was I doing? Oh yeah. I mean, I've been working on other things just to appease my mental illness. Like oof. What knocked us off? Was that a zombie? Zombie. Like I said, I've been working on things that's just like, just because I like making iron farms, I find it to be relaxing. The two things I really like doing is doing villager stuff and doing mining. And I don't always show off everything that I do. Yeah, Zambi. But yeah, like I said, I have a much bigger design that I've been working on, more than the 110. Maybe. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea to test. Does falling while on fire put the fire out? That is an interesting thought. I mean, we could probably test that with lava, right? So like drop through lava, then like as you fall, are you on fire when you hit the ground? And how far would you have to fall to put it out? I don't know. Probably, right? Like probably it. I don't know. I don't know if it timed out like it normally would, because like you're only on fire for a certain amount of time. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't actually know. I mean, I'll take your word at it, but I've never tested it, so I couldn't say definitively if falling puts fire out. Rex is saying it does. Impethosaurus Rex, not to be confused with THEREKTREX. So yeah, I'll just say that I've never tested it. Is where I'll leave that at. You can burn while flying with elytra. Yeah, but are you going as fast? Don't fly through lava in the Nether PSA. Man, flying in the nether is really dangerous. Like we had this come up the other day, right, on the server. And I've seen it a few times before, is when, so like let's say you're flying through the nether, or you're in a tunnel, or you're just through the open nether, right? And you hit the ceiling or a wall or something really hard, your things will end up on the nether roof. And a lot of people on the server were confused by that. And I'm like, well, it's because, interesting, your items end up inside the blocks, and then it acts like an item elevator and just throws your stuff on the roof. So yeah, if you don't want your items to end up on the nether roof, then don't run into the ceiling. Because your items will end up inside this block and then glitch up through the nether roof. Yeah, that's exactly right. That was the wrong thing. I think you used tough when you meant to use dark. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. I got to talking and like discussing iron farms and stuff, and now I'm just not paying attention to what I'm doing. Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Wait, is that diorite? I guess it is. It says it's diorite, right? Like I want to add like exterior things to like kind of like break up the designs of, but like I said, I just need to get the tower itself built in place to then begin decorating it. In my mind, it all makes sense, which is really the place that needs to make the most sense at. I mean, hopefully at the end of the day, it makes sense where everybody can see it, but at least for now, it has to make sense in my head. Yeah, we're probably going to get back into doing some iron farm stuff, and I've been talking about doing some raid farm stuff, just some different things, right? So like, I like making quirky raid farms. I've never been a fan of the big tall towers and things. I've never been a fan of that. This is the tough blocks right here. So we're gonna get back into doing some farms and things. But that is for a different date. So Wednesday night, we're going to do some iron farm stuff. I should have stripped that out. That's fine. When we rebuild the other side, we'll strip it. These changes to these few columns should give us enough birch to reach our height goal. Because I don't think I have any more birch anywhere. I mean, I could always go back out to the farm area and check, but I'm pretty sure I don't. I mean, I could grow some and like chop them and stuff, but I kind of want to not. Obviously, I'm gonna have to do that for the rest of the house, but at least for this part, I want to just wrap it up tonight, maybe. And if I stream too late, we won't get up and play Schedule 1 in the morning. So. Have you tried the wood shop? I did. I bought everything in the wood shop. I did think of that already. AFK spot is above the HSS, the raid spawn platform, and opposite each other, so both can be. I don't really care for all the changes to the raid farm mechanics, like the ominous bottle and all that. You know, I'm not a big fan of building multiple farms together just because of lag and things like that. I mean, to each their own. Like it's your world, and like in single player that's fine. Like you can build whatever you want in the single player, but like on multiplayer, I especially am not a fan of that. This is the BrokeRock server, so this isn't a technical. Oops, this isn't a technical server, so I have to keep it down. I have to keep it down around here. I can't get too crazy. I have considered creating my own server. It's such a pain. It's such a whooping to have your own server. I don't think people realize what a nightmare it is to have your own server. Right? Because you got to like, there's always an update you got to manage, and like people always have all these problems, and like even though they're playing on the world's laggiest device, like it's somehow your fault all the time. It's an absolute nightmare to have your own server. I mean, just because I built a 24 portal gold farm there doesn't mean anything. Listen, I kept my iron farm to eight villages. I think I deserve some kind of award, right? Like I don't think y'all know how hard that is for me to do. Yeah, I don't think y'all can appreciate fully what kind of self-control that took to keep it to a minimum of 8 farms. I can't even tell you how many ingots. I never really checked, but it makes all the iron on the server. That's the thing about most servers, and especially like solo player worlds, is you don't need 110 villages. You don't need that. Yeah, I need some kind of award. I'm gonna build myself a trophy, like a giant gold trophy, with my gold farm gold. Like, thanks for not destroying the server, old guy. I'll be like, oh, no problem. I mean, I did consider destroying it with the 24 portals, but I did a lot of things to mitigate the lag. So once again, I might need true trophies. Like it produces a lot less gold than it could. I do have a secret stash of villagers that I'm going to bring here. I have a secret stash of everything. just about everything. I mean, I don't have a lot of nether blocks, or like, because I never go to the nether, and I don't have like a beacon or anything like that. I just hate going to the nether. I hate everything about it. But I have considered having my own server. I don't know if I would have a server or if I would have a realm. I don't know. It's such a pain to have. Here's the thing, right? So like I play on PC, right? And like I know a lot of people play on mobile, and they love it and all that. But I find a lot of people are playing on older devices that are that are the cause of the lag. And if you want to play on a mobile device, then great. Then more power to you. But one of the things I really like about BrokeRock is that I know that almost every single player is playing on a pretty nice PC. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with playing on mobile. But in multiplayer, you're probably lagging the server. And people don't want to hear the things I have to say. And that's fine, that's fair. I have a lot of hot takes. And people don't want to hear them when I first say them. And then eventually they'll come around to them. If you're playing on a higher end mobile device, then you're fine. You're not the problem. But the problem is that, like, once your mobile device gets, 4, 5, 6 years on it. And listen, my phone is an iPhone 11. So I get having older devices. I have older devices. I just don't play Minecraft on them. %. It can. It always depends on your device. Well, like I said, a lot of people are playing on devices that are 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. And listen, I get that. I have an old phone, but I don't play Minecraft on it. And I certainly wouldn't play Minecraft on it on a multiplayer server. I mean, everything causes. I mean, so like the person with the worst connection is causing, it can cause lag, right? So like the word lag is so like obscure that like there's really not like a definition for it, right? So like he was saying, like the difference between like client side lag or server side lag. So like you having a bad internet connection can cause lag. I mean, anything can cause lag. I just prefer to not play with mobile players. I've had bad experiences playing with mobile players. Is where I'll leave it at. And I'm not trying to shame mobile players. I'm not trying to be elitist. I'm not, none of that. I just I'm back in the day, when I first started playing Minecraft and I'd play on these tech discords or this or that, right? And like there was a lot of things I didn't know, right? So you don't know what you don't know. And I've just, over the years, I've had a lot of bad experiences, and I only play certain places. I try to play where the quality of the server is a known experience, where the player's devices are a known experience. I mean, you can play on mobile, it's fun. Anything can cause lag. Like, I have an iPad that I would play Minecraft on if I needed to. But I wouldn't play Minecraft on my phone. And I certainly, I don't know that I would play on mobile data for sure. I would only play on the Wi-Fi if I was going to play mobile. So I try to play on servers where the quality of the server is a known quantity. I used to play on a tech Discord called Exploit, and when we first started playing, like my ping to it was like 200 because it was run on an old computer in Navy Nexus's basement. So, and like I just don't play on those kind of places anymore. Yeah, I mean, make sure fun. I've played with you online and you're fun. You just never know what kind of person you're playing with for the vast majority of times. In a lot of situations, a lot of the quote unquote tech discords and tech servers and things, you never know who you're playing with and the quality of their internet, the quality of their device, the things like that. And I just avoid all of that. That's why I don't play on a lot of tech servers anymore. It's because I've had such bad experiences. No, you're fine. You don't cause. I mean, and like a lot of times there'll be like a lot of people on, and like you can get a little bit of block lag and stuff. Like I said, the word lag is so obscure that it doesn't even really have a meaning, because like anything can cause lag. Someone's device, someone's internet, the things they build, the whatever. You think I put them on the bee's nest? Maybe. I mean, that is a very real possibility that I did that. That does sound like something I would do. Man, we don't even have enough, whatever this is. You think we could, oh, I did put them on the bee's nest. Listen, Scotty B plays on a iPad, I think. He plays mobile. A lot of people on, no, not a lot of people. A couple of people on BrokeRock play on mobile devices. But if you go on a tech server, man, I'm telling you right now, like half of those devices are going to be 5-year-old Androids. Yeah, 100%. And you know, okay, so like when I go into my video settings, right? And so like I get a render distance of 24. And if you're playing with vibrant visuals, on your mobile device, your render distance is probably gonna be like 4 or 6. But if I turn vibrant visuals off, my render distance goes to like 50 chunks. Like that's the difference between playing on a mobile device versus like a proper PC. Is that my render distance is crazy high. You know, I've turned vibrant visuals when it first came out. I turned it off. I didn't like it. It was too much. It was, and like there when it first came out, it was terrible. It was really buggy. It was very laggy. But I have recently, within the last week, turned it back on. I'm learning to love it. Right, I'm gonna force myself to love it. Mm-hmm. 10. Wow. Okay, then you have a pretty nice mobile device, because I see people out there with render distances on their mobile devices that are 4. So that explains why it's not a bad deal playing with you with mobile. So if you're running 10 chunks of render distance on your mobile device, then your mobile device is fine. And like I said, some mobile devices are fine. Nothing wrong with them. But there's a lot of mobile devices out there that are not fine. And nobody wants to admit that there's a problem. They'll be out here with their, 8-year-old Samsung Galaxy or whatever. And it's like just struggling along, just bringing down the server. Yeah, I have decided to turn it back on. I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to play with it. I'm going to learn to love it. When it first came out, I turned it off immediately. Yeah. Then that's fine. I'm not dissing on mobile. I'm not saying that nobody can play on mobile and stuff. But there's a lot of people out there that are playing on really old devices that are just and like, I'm not trying to be elitist, play on whatever you have. Like the correct device to play Minecraft on is the device you have. What's up, Sask? And but yeah, there are a lot of people out there with devices that are just causing other people to have bad times. Nobody on BrokeRock is what I'm getting at. But when I play on other servers and things, I'm just like, ugh. Like, I find out what kind of device they're playing on, and I don't want to be like, bro, come on now. But yeah, bro, come on now. It is a little tough. We're kind of breaking up the pattern here. We don't have enough birch to build this tower the way I want to build it, but also we're trying to break up the pattern a little bit, right? What goes here? Oh, this is iron blocks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, at least it's not 50% pale oak like Judd built it. Also, this is just the first part of this build. We have this is going to turn into a whole compound. This is going to be like the birch compound. Yeah, I'm going down there to pick it up right now. Yeah, we certainly can't afford to despawn any birch. Which side of this am I on? Yeah, we certainly can't afford to despawn birch. I'm going to have to go out to my garden farm, tree farm, and grind up a bunch of birch. Or I could just go find a birch biome and level it down. Just because I have a little bit of birch doesn't mean I have enough birch. Look, this tower has to be at least as tall as Scotty B's tower. And Scotty B's tower goes to 159, 160, something like that. We were out of birch until we started putting in these other strips here. So like Scotty B's tower is taller than ours currently. We need to go about another 30 blocks up. So we do still need to go up some. There is never enough birch. That is the correct answer, Sask. There's never enough birch. The birch is not enough. The birch is never enough. Right? If it was a James Bond movie, it'd be birch finger. Golden birch. Go one block higher. I should. Well, I'm gonna go as tall with this, and then there will be like a roof, right? Like a cap to the tower, and that will be a little bit taller. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit tall. I'm gonna go like the same height with the birch, and then there will be a roof, like Like an emerald block. I'm going to maintain the emerald block roof situation. He might. It's going to be emerald block, obviously, to maintain the continuity from the first building of this. The first building of this is it was obviously emerald roof. Is this diorite? Yeah, okay. I have this pack, right? So like I think it's annoying whenever you scroll through these things and it has like this little description, you know, that like blocks your vision. So when you like switch to your sword because your sword has, you know, like all these enchantments on it, that it like blocks your vision. So I have a pack that eliminates that. But sometimes it's annoying when you're trying to like build those similar blocks to figure out what's in your hand. But like it does still give you the descriptions here. So like if you need to look at your enchantments, you can see them, right? So like you see all these enchantments, but when you switch like this, it doesn't show them up on screen. It's going to like flare out a little bit, and then it's going to like kind of like reverse bell curve up to a point. So it will be pointy, kind of like a rocket ship. I did have this idea, right? So like I did have this idea that if mesh doesn't, where am I at? Sorry, I'm disoriented. So we had this talk the other day in the BrokeRock Discord. The link to it should be down in the description. We were talking about the Birch Space Agency, and I thought that would make a cool launch pad for the to build like a big Birch rocket, right? So like build like a Birch space shuttle with like these big boosters and stuff, right? So like build with like these big like orange or red boosters behind the Birch shuttle. To like build that on the launch pad right there. But I did tell Mesh he could build a starter house there. So if Mesh doesn't do that, and if he does do that, I might build like build like a missile silo, like dig a hole back here, and build like a Birch Saturn V rocket. Well, we could do a mushroom cap on top. So like either like the Birch Saturn V back here, right? Back here in the back. So like obviously we're gonna have a Birch Space Agency, right? I've already decided that. That's a done deal. So Birch Space Agency. So either a Birch Saturn V back here or a Birch shuttle. Because obviously we need a Birch Space Agency. Clearly that's what we needed here on the server. I don't understand people who say they don't have things to do on the server. I'm just like, I don't get that at all. I have a million things to do. I'm like, how do people not have things to do? Yeah, Judd said that to me one day. He didn't have anything to do. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have things to do? Go dig a hole. And then build something in the hole. How do you not find things to do in Minecraft? It's Minecraft. I'm like, build a farm, build anything. Like I said, go chop down trees and just let your mind wander. I don't think he's finished any builds, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I'm torn between, right? So obviously I'm torn between two great space eras, right? So like I am like the biggest space nerd you'll ever see. Well, maybe not the biggest one, right? Because like there are some people that just like take it too far and probably need to be on some kind of like watch list, right? It's like there's some people that take everything too far, and like I really hope there are agencies watching these people. So like obviously not the biggest space nerd, but I love space stuff, and especially like old NASA stuff, right? Like when the government really financed NASA, right? Because like they really supported and poured money into it, and just like they really supported NASA back then. All right, thanks for stopping by, Mesh. I appreciate it. Good talking to you. Good seeing you. Go and like and subscribe and things to Mesh's channel. Oh, Saskawatch too. Go. Saskawatch is also a fellow BrokeRocker. You can go subscribe to his channel and then come right back. I meant to say that I will go and I just forgot. My bad, Sask. Yeah, so I love all that stuff, right? Like that was like the golden era of NASA back when they were doing the Saturn V missions and like in when they were doing the like the space shuttle stuff, right? That was like peak funding, right? Because like maybe like a analysis paralysis, right? When I am stuck, I just go dig tunnel or I go chop trees or something. When like I have like a block, I just gather materials because I know I'll use them sometime. Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm just going to now put some more of these materials in my inventory and then just continue building it up. I'm going to go up now. Oh, I think I'm going to, let's see, is there anything here I don't need? Yeah, let's strip these really quick. Okay, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? We'll strip the rest of these. Man, you're about to get me on some space tangents. So talking about crazy stuff like space. I've gotten ahead. I have a good stream. Thanks, Rain. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Go subscribe to EnhancedRain's channel. I go play with Redstone in my Redstone world. Also, yes, Apollo, NASA, or earlier. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of cool shuttle stuff too, right? So it's like the Reagan era was really like pouring money into NASA because Star Wars programs and space lasers and crazy nonsense like that. Which good, right? Because like we end up with a lot of like, even though they were trying to like put weapons in space, we benefited from a lot of the science that was coming out of it. And even though we wasted trillions of dollars on things that never happened, still, anytime you pour massive funding into NASA, like you always get a massive return on it, right? And that's the thing people don't want to hear about, but too bad. I'm going to tell you. NASA is a money-making thing. It boosts technology. It boosts exploration and science and technology and business, and it does all those things, right? There would be no SpaceX without NASA. Without the technology that NASA developed over decades of research and doing things, SpaceX wouldn't exist. People don't want to hear this, but SpaceX hasn't done anything that NASA didn't already do. Full stop. And you start thinking, well, NASA didn't recover its whatever, right? So, but that's not true, because NASA actually did do that. NASA used to recover its boosters. They landed in the ocean, and NASA just picked them up with a boat, right? So they did the low-tech version of what SpaceX does now. Instead of landing it, they just landed it in the ocean and just scooped it up with a ship. So like all of these space companies that we have now, like people think they're doing like new stuff. They're not. They're doing it at a lower cost because NASA did it first. They're using the fact that technology is now cheaper, and because NASA proved it could be done. And so now businesses are willing to venture into space because NASA proved you could do it. Yeah. I mean, like, whether you go play Redstone or you just go chop trees or whatever it is that you do, you should just, I mean, there's like a million things to do in Minecraft. Yeah, I don't get that at all. Go watch an old guy video and learn how to do villager stuff. Go dig a hole. I mean, just go chop trees or mine stone or anything, right? It's like an idea will hit you, and then you already have all the materials because you went and chopped trees. Cheaper to drop it in the ocean, but probably not as environmentally friendly. But also, when people look up to NASA, stuff is progressed. Well, they didn't have the computer technology at the time to land it, so they used their brains and they landed it in the ocean, and then they sent a boat out to pick it up. Yeah, was it probably less environmentally friendly? I mean, that's debatable because it takes a lot of fuel to land a rocket vertically. So like push maybe on the environmental stuff, but like they lacked the technology at the time. But what they made up for their lack of technology with brains. Like they were recovering boosters. Now, like you had other government agencies like Russia, and they were just like their boosters and stuff just landed wherever they landed. There once upon a time was a Russian what do you call it, space station called the Mir, right? And Taco Bell was giving away free tacos if the Mir crashed into its Taco Bell made this floating logo, and if the Mir hit it, everybody got like a free taco. And guess what? It hit it. I mean, Russia was just letting stuff just hit wherever. They were just gave no Fs. They're just like, good luck, everybody. And so, like, yeah, NASA was landing these boosters in the ocean, but they were recovering them and reusing them and stuff. So, like, that technology is not new. The recovering and reusing parts. Now NASA wasn't reusing engines and things like that because, like I said, they just like the material science wasn't there. But they were doing the material science. That's where these material sciences came from, to allow these future technologies. So when we put money into NASA, when we put money into science and research and things, that pays off later in companies, in jobs, in research, in future medicines, in future material sciences, in all kinds of things that we benefit from. So yeah, it may seem like a lot of money, and that's one of like Congress's favorite things to cut is science and NASA funding, but it should be one of the last things that we want to cut. But unfortunately, NASA is always on the chopping block. Yeah, we owe so much of what we think of as like our ability to just to fly in airplanes, our ability to have satellites, to have this, that, you know, if it wasn't for NASA, you wouldn't have these super cheap satellites that we're launching now. That like where it's like, oh, you can launch a satellite for $30,000. You can, you know, like that would be unheard of without all of those things of the Apollo missions and the space shuttle missions and all those things. And I like what SpaceX is doing, and some of the other companies, you know, the but yeah, none of what they do would be possible without the things that NASA did during the 60s to the 80s when we retired the space shuttles. You know, the space shuttles went for like way longer than they were designed to. We really pushed the space shuttles way farther than they were ever designed to last. Because there was never budgeting in place to replace them. There should have been budgeting to replace them, but there just wasn't. There was never any money allocated to replace the shuttles. So for a long time, we relied on Russia for their rockets, for their ability to launch us to space. $136. We need to go up 24 more blocks. Is that right? I wonder if we would die if we fell from here. $100%. 100%. That is a hot take that people don't want to hear, but 100% that wars drive economies, wars drive research. 100%. It not only things like material sciences and things you think of like bombs and weapons and engines and things like that, right? You think of that thing, but guess what? War drives medicine. So you see a lot of these things that you see in surgeries nowadays were devised as ways to save people's lives from battlefield injuries. Wars absolutely drive science, technology, and medicine. 100% that's a thing. Yeah, that's a hot take. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not promoting war, but absolutely. Even in the war you see right now between like Russia and Ukraine, right? You're seeing like real time technology emerge from that. You're seeing new drones, new medical procedures, new autonomous vehicles, right? So like there are all these companies that are like real time testing their autonomous vehicles in battlefields. So like you're going to see things like huge leaps in things like self-driving cars, in better medical procedures, in material science. You're going to see these things come out. Now it's going to take 10, 20 years, but from the data that they're collecting from these things, you're going to see eventually see these benefits come out of it. Not that war is good, but like it does, because people are willing. That's where people are willing to spend their money. That's why NASA was so funded, is because the U.S. was always countering Russia. Whether it was the first to get to the moon, or you had Ronald Reagan trying to put spy satellites in his Star Wars programs, and this crazy nonsense idea called rods from God, which is it's like, if you look into that, it's like, what kind of fever dream is this, right? So the idea is that you put these tungsten rods in orbit, and like these are about the size of a telephone pole. Now they don't count as weapons because there's no explosives on them, right? And so then if you decide that I don't like blah 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 and I'd like to nuke their town, you drop these tungsten telephone poles into orbit, and they of course you do all the math and everything, and they just slam into wherever you want, and they hit with such a force that it's equivalent to like almost a nuclear weapon. Because it's like the mass, the energy that these things are traveling with is so forceful that it just devastates an area. And it was like a crazy idea called rods from God. And like there were like literally plans to implement this. I don't think they ever did, but I mean, like the fact that people think up crazy stuff like this. It's like, bro, what is wrong with you? Yeah, you can Google that. It's called rods from God. It's like an actual super weapon that the U.S. designed. They allegedly they never implemented it, but they had plans to implement it. That's the scary part, is that they had plans to implement it. A small nuke without the. Well, I like the idea of like drones a little more. Get us video gamers doing dogfights in space. Yeah. Well, you can't actually fly. I mean, you can't fly like a propellered drone in space because there's no air to push against. But yeah, so it would need some kind of propellant, some kind of rocket engines on it. But yeah, that's insanity. Rods from God. Like, what kind of sicko thinks of things like that? But if you had to devastate a place and your only choice was that or nuclear weapon, you are right that you wouldn't have the nuclear fallout with something like that. But still though, like what kind of like that tells you like the level of thinking that some people are out there. Some people are out there thinking of things like this. This is what they spend their days doing. And I get it that it's their job and all that, but still, right? Where did we put the scaffolding? I know oh, there it is right there. Yeah, it's crazy to think that there are people out there who this is how their brains work. They're just like, yeah, we could. How would we blow up something without using a weapon? Yeah, that was an actual plan that the U.S. had come up with. They were gonna sneak these things into space and just drop them whenever they needed to, because it's actually against the law, right? So like all these countries have signed on to this treaty, which it's like a non-proliferation in space. So like you can't have space weapons, even though Ronald Reagan was going to put weapons in space with the Star Wars program. Ironically enough, though, Russia actually all their guys have weapons in space. They all have space like guns in space. They all have like a small shotgun that they take with them, because when they land, they just land in wherever in Russia, right? You know, so they would just, and so like sometimes it might take 12 hours, 24 hours to like locate them and like rescue them, right? So like they parachuted down, you know, in their little capsule. Well, they had this gun because of wolves and bears and things. And Americans didn't carry. Ironically, Americans who love guns didn't have any guns in space because they just landed in the ocean and would be immediately rescued by a helicopter. But yeah, Russians always carried guns into space. Isn't that weird? Fun fact: Russians are strapped up in space, and I think tradition they still do it to this day. Oof. Yeah, I love weird things in space. That's so weird that Russians have guns, though, right? That is like a little shotgun pistol that they carry with them in their space in their rockets. Oh, 100%. So like the spy stuff from like the 60s and stuff is wild. Like there's all these like umbrella guns and knives and shoes and stuff. The old really like classic spy stuff, it's hard to know what's real and what's like from movies, because like if somebody thought of something in a movie, like they would try to make it in real life too. Like the CIA and stuff would try to like do these things. They'd be like, "Oh, that's a good idea. Let's build one of those for real." So like a lot of the stuff either they made and never used, or like maybe they did use it but they're not going to admit to that. I mean, but yeah, all of that stuff is wild. It's wild how much effort and money they put into those kind of things back then. Yeah, that sounds really cool. That's the kind of stuff I like watching videos and stuff about it, and reading about these things. You know, because like a lot of those guys couldn't talk about that stuff during those times, and it wasn't until they were like way later, way older, like almost dying and things, where before a lot of that stuff started coming out. Because like those guys, you know, they just didn't talk about that stuff. They didn't talk about their work on these black projects and stuff. So it wasn't until like decades later that a lot of that stuff started coming out. You wonder how shotguns are doing zero gravity? I mean, any bullet would just travel in a straight line without dropping. So like shotguns would still spread. They would still have like giant spreads. I mean, a gun in space is next to worthless, because if you shoot the side of the spaceship and it goes through, you are dead. You just killed yourself and everybody else. Yeah, that's correct. It had like a little poison pellet in it. You know, it is still very common for Soviet agents and KGB and stuff like that to still poison people. They still do that to this day. There was a guy a few years ago I want to say it was in London. He was an ex-Russian guy, and he got poisoned. Yeah, that still goes on. I think it was a guy and his daughter, maybe. I don't remember. He was an ex-Russian. He had like defected to the UK, and they poisoned him. I forget what his name is. It was a big deal. If you like I don't know, maybe like 5 years ago, maybe. Oh, for sure. There's like, this is only like, we only know about these crazy things now because, like I said, a lot of the stuff started coming out when these guys got older and stuff. for sure, there are so many things that like every government does that you will never ever know about. Especially sketchy stuff the US does. You know, a lot of the stuff, you know, like we never know about it for like decades until like some of the stuff starts becoming declassified or like people get really old and start talking about it and things like that. But like there is so much sketchy stuff that goes on that we will never know about. 100%. Like 1,000%. Like, I mean, it's. Man, this is a big old tall tower. Like I said, these flat panels. I mean, eventually there will be a clock face on all 4 of them, and I'm gonna punch out for windows or stained glass windows. So we'll do that. I have a bunch of green stained glass currently, but I have a bunch of glass that I can turn into stained glass, whatever color I need it to be. I mean, I have and it's not my design, it's DJC's design, where he designed a banner of a birch tree banner. I'm going to make a bunch of those and decorate that. So, like, this is a very, very long process. But with any process, you just have to just start it. MK Ultra. You know, there is this report of them dumping nuclear waste like off the coast of New Jersey, and the barrels didn't sink, and so they just like got a machine gun and shot them so the barrels would sink. I'm just like, I don't think people back in the day were serious people. They were just wilding out. They didn't care about the environment or nothing else. They were just, they gave no F's back then. Yeah, I mean, they did all kinds of experiments with all kinds of narcotics and LSD and all kinds of things back then, because they knew that the Russians and the Chinese and the this country and that country and even our allies like UK and so like all these countries were doing all these things too. So we had to do them too. Or even if they weren't doing them, we thought they were doing them, and so we had to do them just in case. So we had to do all this crazy stuff because we can't be the last ones to know these things. So like whether they were doing these things or not, we may never know, but we thought they might be doing them, so we better do them too. That was our philosophy back then. Yeah. They might be doing this stuff, so we better do it first. It is common practice in the US. So like when our aircraft carriers come back into port, before they get to port, they take all their food and supplies and things like that and just push them off the end of the carrier with a bulldozer. Because it's cheaper to dump that stuff in the ocean than it is to unload it. And they don't want to leave it on board and rot and stuff while they're at port. Wild, right? After the Vietnam War, when all these when they were evacuating Vietnam, right, and they were evacuating by helicopter, the aircraft carriers had so many helicopters on board that when a helicopter would land, they would get everybody off of it and shove the helicopter into the ocean because there just wasn't room for all the helicopters. So yeah, the things that we as a world have dumped into the ocean is horrific. if you look at like that big garbage island, right? So like there's this big patch of garbage that exists out in the Pacific Ocean, and it's just all kinds of stuff. Like industrial runoff and plastics and just garbage. It's just like this mass of garbage. We have severely just for decades just dumped stuff in the ocean. I mean, it's not just the U.S., but it's the U.S., but it's not just the U.S. But like for decades now, you have these big shipping containers, right? And like they'll encounter a storm, and like shipping containers will get knocked off the deck, and they don't report it. They don't nothing. They just go on with their lives, and just like stuff washes up on beaches and stuff, like toys and stuff all the time. There's this place, and I don't remember where it is. You'd have to look it up. But like Legos and stuff like wash up on the beach all the time because a Lego container busted open out in the ocean. Oh man, we're getting pretty close. We only have to go up 15 more. But yeah, so like there are these places around the world where like various things just like because there's a container somewhere near there that's busted open and that stuff leaks out of the containers and washes up on the beach. You would be surprised how often that happens. Is that containers are lost at sea and they just carry on with their lives. They don't look for them. They're just like, meh, who cares if we lost that one container? It happens all the time. Did I do these? Yeah, I did these right. Yeah. You read these stories about these things happening. So yeah, the amount of just stuff we just dump in the ocean. Oh, what's up, Sass? Sass joined the game. Oh, he joined a long time ago. I'm just now waving at him. Let's wave at our friend Sass, even though he's in the stream too. Sometimes when I'm streaming, I don't always see chat. So if I'm ever streaming, or if like anybody's on the server and I don't wave at them, or they think I'm ignoring them, I 100% am not. I just didn't see it. I'm distracted by the TV I'm watching, or the streaming I'm doing, or something. I'm just distracted and I'm bad. Nice. I didn't notice any block lag when you joined or anything. So let's say good job. Because usually when somebody joins, I get block lag for about 5 seconds. That's how I always know somebody's joining. But I didn't notice any, so good job. Good job keeping your internet together. But then it usually goes away after just a few seconds. But I always get it right when somebody joins. Which I guess makes a lot of sense because they're loading so many chunks, right there at that exact second. So it does make sense that it like the server like chugs for a couple of seconds until it gets those chunks loaded. But yeah, I didn't notice you joined because MS log out. Oh yeah, bad block lag. Usually I keep my place clean. They finally got told by someone who found it and went and cleaned it up. It really annoyed the French. One of those containers of duckies. Yeah. That's one of them. Also, duckies. I'm say got trapped in a cave on the coast of France and wasn't found for years. Just slowly leaking ducks onto the beaches. Yeah. That's it. That's one of those examples of that exact thing that we were just talking about. Is that these containers get dumped and they end up slowly leaking and just like for decades will dump whatever was in them onto the local beach. I mean, sometimes it's cool stuff like Legos or duckies, but sometimes it's like medical waste or like needles or, you know, stuff that ain't cool. I mean, it would be kind of cool to get like rubber duckies that wash up on the beach, like you know, like a handful a week or whatever. That'd be kind of cool. It's France needs to calm it down with that. But like I said, it could be something real annoying. It could be tires or something, you know. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't hate if a bunch of Legos just washed up at my house because Legos are expensive. Bruh. I think it was duckies. I think I remember reading that one. Super Bowl shirts from the losing team washing up on shores. You know, that's a thing. I think they quit doing that though. They used to donate all those, like, because you know, like this any kind of sporting event, Super Bowl or World Series or whatever. You know, like they print up clothes for both teams, right? Because you know they obviously don't know who win, and they used to send the clothes to other countries. So like you know like Africa or wherever, and they quit doing it because of social media, because people started posting pictures of people around the world wearing these old loser shirts, you know. So like social media killed that because obviously the NFL doesn't want, you know, like these pictures of teams that didn't win, you know, the Super Bowl or whatever. They don't want those pictures showing up. So yeah, social media killed that. But yeah, that 100% used to be a thing. Now they just destroy them. Oh, we need birch. Yeah, I was like, what are we looking for? Yeah, that absolutely was absolutely a thing. But yeah, they quit doing that. You know, a lot of high end clothing stores. So like Gucci and all that stuff like that. You know, I don't know all fancy brands because I just wear plain white, plain cotton Hanes t-shirts, Fruit of the Loom, that kind of stuff. But a lot of those really expensive brands, they don't donate or recycle or discount their products. So when their products get old, you know, like a new series or a new year or whatever comes out, they just destroy that stuff because they don't want poor people to be seen wearing it or having it. So they just destroy their products. Isn't that crazy? It is amazing what I'm going to call the Western world, and like maybe it's the same in other parts of the world too. I don't really know because I don't. But like what the U.S. and Europe and Canada and like the amount of things that we waste, like food and products and things, the amount of things that we waste is crazy ridiculous. Go talk to some farmers and ask about like food waste and stuff. Because like if they have, let's say they have an apple farm, right? So like if this apple has like a bruise or like a weird mark on it or something, they can't sell it. It ends up being wasted because the supermarket won't buy it, or if the supermarket does buy it, then it won't get, like nobody's gonna buy it. Like it's just gonna sit there and rot. But like they have such trouble figuring out a way to donate these things that like most of it ends up going to waste. And when I worked at McDonald's way back in the day, right, we wasted about 255-gallon trash barrels of food every day. Used to be, yeah. And a lot of it probably still is. But like it's hard to like that's really the only thing that they can do with it is make it into like animal feed and cider and stuff. Like they can't figure out a way to donate that stuff to like food shelters and pantries and things. It's so hard to figure out how to get that. Like the logistics of it are difficult. Like how do you justify the cost to transport it and stuff? So yeah, we waste so much food. So like when food at grocery stores is about to expire, they just throw it away. Even though most expiration dates are just kind of like artificially created, because the only thing that actually, like in the US, that actually has an expiration date on it is baby formula. Now don't get me wrong, like milk, right? Like the expiration dates on milk, like those are legit. Like if it says it's bad, it's probably bad. Like the only thing that the government makes companies put expiration dates on is baby formula. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, that's why the farmers can't sell them, because we won't buy them. So there's no point in him shipping that apple that has a bruise on it, that because he knows that it won't. The grocery store either will reject it, or that the grocery store will have to throw it away. Like at some point, that apple with that little scuff mark on it is going to, it's perfectly fine apple and would taste just exactly like all the other apples, but nobody will buy it because it has a little scuff mark on it. Yeah, yeah, we're the problem for sure. I'm not saying we're not the problem. Yeah, ultimately it's a consumer problem. And like a lot of farmers will tell you that, like when they go to those like farmers markets, right? If they have, so like let's say they have watermelons, right? So like let's say they have 10 watermelons, okay? Well, he's not going to be able to sell all 10 of those watermelons, because when it gets down to the last one or two, nobody's going to buy those watermelons because they think something's wrong with them. So if he brings 10, he's going to sell 8. So if he wants to if he wants to sell 10, he needs to bring 15. Because as the choice gets smaller and smaller, people won't buy those because they think something's wrong with them. They think they're picked over. So like if the container looks empty, as it gets lower and lower, people will feel like those are not as good as the ones that they didn't get to pick. Yeah, it's a psychological thing where you feel like you're getting the worst of the bunch, so you don't want to buy it. You're like, oh, I don't want to buy those. Those are leftover. Those are leftover watermelons, even though they were just as good as the first 10. I almost got this job at Walmart, right, in their distribution center, and so it was in their refrigerator warehouse, right? I ended up working at Target in their warehouse. So, but anyways, that's another story. But I did get to see their banana operation, and they ripen their bananas with like nitrogen. So like all their bananas are just neon green. I mean, they're just like super green. And right before they send them out, they put them in this little room and they pump it full of, I think it was nitrogen. I think that's what they said, but that might not be right. But I want to say it was nitrogen. And obviously, like people can't go in there because there's no oxygen. And so they're like turning these bananas bright yellow with that gas to ripen them right before they get to the store. Yeah, so before I got to the store 2 days ago, it was bright green. Oh man, we are so close. It is 11:30. Okay, when we get to 160, we're gonna call it for tonight. I cannot believe how fast this went. I know I started a little late, but like, wow. Man, sometimes I get on these like just tangents and I just like the time just flies by. Oh man, we're out. We don't even have enough birch to finish this. I don't think we have any more birch anywhere. Well, that's a little disappointing, right? Wait a second. This is not right. We didn't. This is the wrong block. Okay, well, what are we gonna do for birch? These right here. I mean, we could go try to find some birch. I might have a little bit at my tree farm. I mean, we could go see if Lever has any. We could steal from him. Picked green so they can ship it easily. Some goes for tomatoes. Heirloom tomatoes taste better, but won't be sold in stores because they are too thin-skinned. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's why the bread in the United States is the way it is because flour is meant to be shelf stable. Man, I can't believe we didn't have enough birch to finish that. So, do we go run out to the farm area and probably chop some real quick? Is that what we do? Or do we go steal from Lever and Rex? What do y'all think? Do we go up there? How much birch could he possibly have? I mean, I don't know that I even need that many. Maybe a couple of stacks. Let's go see what he has because this will take way less time than running out to the farm. Now I know I have a bunch of trees planted, and I could just chop a bunch and grab 2 or 3 stacks. That's what I'm gonna do. Also, this house was deeded to me, so this is technically my house. Also, I have the deed to this house, so technically I'm not stealing, or maybe I am. Maybe I could run to DJC's. He probably has some at his base in the Nether or in the overworld. In fact, a lot of people don't know DJC has an overworld base and a Nether base. I think this looks kind of cool, to be honest with you, right? Man, this needs a proper elevator. My house is jank. Maybe I just tear this place down and decide what I want out of it. Since technically this is my house. Like Flow Rider. Be like, welcome to my house. Let's see what I have in my chest. Nothing there. Take those planks. We might find something to do with them. This is why leather suit is made out of diorite and not birch. Because he sure don't have any birch up here. Is it even possible to have less birch than this? Let's take a look in that one, right? We'll take a look in that one. Oh, birch log. I like the look of that. Let's see what we got here. Take them slabs. Lever. So disappointed, bro. Finally, the good stuff, right? Okay. I'm guessing that's... Hopefully this is enough. Helper Island. I already told you that's not even a real place. That would require me to go through the Nether, I think. I don't even... Oh, nice. Thanks, Sask. Oh, I will absolutely pay you back. I gotta go mine some stuff later. I will absolutely... I don't know how much you gave me, but I'll figure it out and pay you back. Oh, that was the whole side. Good job, Sask. This is why Sask is the best. Sask is like, oh, this guy is streaming. He just needs a couple of pieces of birch to finish this up. I'm not even sure Helper Island is a real place. Like, I've seen signs for it. I have no idea where it is. Like, if you said, oh, God, you just go blah, blah, blah direction, I have no idea which direction it's in. Yeah, we're going to get to 160, and we're going to call it a day. We have streamed, man, we streamed for like 4 hours, and it felt like maybe only 2. I really appreciate everybody hanging out. I absolutely love that about streaming. I almost didn't stream, and then I thought, man, I should stream. Let's quit being lazy old guy. I thought, well, I'm going to stream tomorrow with Callie, and then I thought, yeah, but that won't get the Birch Tower built. We're going to play Stardew Valley, and then Wednesday I have planned for some Iron Farm shenanigans that I'm going to do. Probably in creative. It won't be here on the BrokeRock server, but it probably will be in creative. And I will probably put the download up on my Discord. And I probably will tell people what the Discord is on Wednesday. I have a QR code and everything. That's how prepared I am. I have a whole QR code for my Discord. And then Thursday, hopefully we have some supplies gathered by then. Maybe we'll be back on BrokeRock. Oof, right there. Do we not have any of that on us? We do not. What is that? Is that iron block? Oh yeah, we put our iron blocks up. Because we thought we were going to have to travel to the farm area. So we put our iron blocks up. On the ocean, past the Guardian Farm, out on an island, and across from to the other islands. Are you telling me this little janky Guardian Farm that's out in the bay, just beyond that, is Helper Island? Is that what you're telling me? You know, you joke about that, but did you know there actually is a command to do that? So I know these guys that run a server, right? And it's called BNC. It's called Bedrock Network Connection. And so you join a realm, right? And then a menu pops up. And you can go to all these other servers. So you sign up and they link your server to that realm so that people on consoles can play on your server. So there is actually commands that will do that. That will connect you to a different server. Very similar to, and like I assume this is how all the partnered servers work. But like similar to like commands in Java that do the same thing too. But yeah, there is absolutely a command that will do that. That's one thing that people don't know. Surely know. Indira and Tough. No, I have those blocks. That's the thing people don't know about me necessarily, is that I'm really into commands and stuff. Maybe when we get ready to build our Skyblock map, that I design it and everything. Maybe we do that on stream. I don't know if that's stuff people would be interested in. Because a lot of it is do thing, tear it out, do thing, tear it. It's a lot of like doing commands and doing redstone and doing all these logic things. it's a lot of do it, then redo it, then redo it, then test it, then oh that failed. Why did that fail? Like it's a lot of real tedious things, right? And so I don't know if we're out of birch again. How is that impossible? Okay, but we're just going to. Actually, I might just go chop down a couple of trees. We don't need that many. I wish I was really into scripting, but I don't really know how any of that works. But I am way into commands. Okay, let's go chop a few trees, right? There's got to be some birch trees around here somewhere. Did I leave a floating tree? Did I really? I can't believe I left this floating tree right here. I'm so disappointed in myself. Let's see which trouble looks was a flat bit. Oh man, Sass, you're not gonna make it, bro. We're almost done though. That is the good news. If you're waiting on me to finish streaming, we're almost done. Oh, that's not a tree. These birch trees, man, I don't know who put all these vines everywhere, but here's what people should know: is vines are a source of lag sometimes because they're always trying to grow and stuff. How many do we got? 12? Is that all we have? I think if we get to about a stack, we will call it good. I'll come back and replant these trees and hook Sass back up with a stack or two of birch. Yeah, I bought everything in the wood shop that was birch. We'll come back and plant these without vines all over them, right? This actually might be enough. Let's jump back up there and find out if this is enough. And then we will wrap this up. Let's see. I got to get stuff done. I only get a little bit of time, and I want it all. 12 hours of work, and I get to play Minecraft. Nice. Worst case scenario, we'll punch out the bottoms of it all the way around, and we'll fill that in later. We are about to. We're not even close to finishing this tower. We still need to do the inside staircase and all the stuff and things. We need to put a roof on it. We need to put the glass in. We need to design the glass. We need to do the exterior bits, the interior bits. We have so many bits to do. I don't know how. I assume that we'll probably work on this for a couple of weeks. Oh, look at that. GG, everybody. We're 160. GG, everybody. Like I said, this will have a proper pointy tower roof on it, made out of emerald blocks, but that is not for tonight because it is way late tonight. GG, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Tomorrow night I will be playing Stardew Valley with Callie. I need to actually go and research some visual mods to make it a little better for myself. If you have any suggestions on Stardew Valley mods, at least visual ones, please send them to me on Discord, I guess. But yeah, thank you for watching. That's it for us tonight. Stardew Valley tomorrow. Iron Farmers on Wednesday. Thursday, back here on this tower. Hopefully we can finish it Thursday. I will, in the meantime, be gathering materials. If I wake up in the mornings, we might start playing Schedule 1. So I don't know if that'll be in the morning or not because it's kind of late right now. But thank you for watching. Good night.